Start streaming. And there we go. And let's see if this is all working. Seems to be very much so. Yeah. So I'll just refresh to get this real briefly. Okay, yeah, we appear to be live a little bit earlier, as I said yesterday, than usual. That's because I want to do a little bit of work on the build collection. So I am going to go do that. And to do that, actually, let me not go to this public space as I'll be hanging out in there a little bit. I'll just go tuck myself into this corner so you don't get tagged by everybody walking past here. And you can go into the void as well. As, yeah, I actually, if I bring it up, if I have this one like that, and then bring it up, we did some work already, actually, on some of these. Actually, let me check that my focus is okay on my camera. Yeah, it is. So that's good. Working on some recommended striker builds. That's, and then, yeah, putting them in kind of like an order. So they're basically numbered in an order. Yeah, I want to make use of these in the future, these folders. I'll also add in a file basically explaining what each one does and why it's basically ordered the way it is. As yeah, they're basically numbered 1, 2, 3, 4 at this point, and then I want to add a few more because we basically at this point have the obliterate ones. So we have we have obliterate, perfect focus, and spotter. And that's just to give people ideas as to how to run them. Because all of them do have their own thing, of course. The FAMAS one is more damage, the Elmo one is more the standard of now. Basically, the perfect focus one, you have to be in you have to be in a scope the whole time. Spotter one gives up a little bit more damage, but you get to run that Kingbreaker, bringing the damage a little bit back. But in the meantime, you also are pulsing everything that is in front of you. So that kind of works well. But it locks you into Technician then as well. So I want to do a chest one as well. And for that, I'll take as the base of it, just that one. No, the FAMAS, because it's going to be with a FAMAS, I feel. Because yeah, I didn't have. Oh no, I do have the option of. Yeah, I'll just do it with the FAMAS because especially with this one, I feel it links up a little bit better with the FAMAS. So, which is basically this layout, which is. So yeah, I'll take that as the base. As making a copy always takes forever. Oh yeah, we'll just actually go into it. So I'll make this number 5. And this will be chest plus backpack. FAMAS. High damage. Stack higher. So but actually put my head in over here, just double check that wording is okay. So yeah, I'm gonna basically alter this picture to become what is on the screen there. And to do that, actually, I don't have to do much because I can. With these, I'm basically also doing it in sneaky ways where I basically I'm gonna take So in the build collection itself, I really care about which stats are on which build because I use them as well in that way. I need to put OBS away for a little bit. But in here, I'm much less so. So I'll just basically gaffer tape that over the other one. I'll do it like that. Try to resize it to make sense. Let's be somewhat like that. As long as it looks, well, that looks actually close to as the way it should. So, but then of course this stat set needs to not be like that. Trying to look how I'm gonna. Okay, just for holster, I need to bring up its stats anyway. But I'll just leave it like this one. I'll go to the chest. And yeah, this is sometimes the busy work that the build collection is, just going in and doing maintenance, and I always enjoy it a little bit. It is its own fun. Although usually when I'm not streaming it, I have, and I might actually do that here as well. I either have some music going or some YouTube video in the background. Although usually not the YouTube video because it's too distracting sometimes. Sometimes something interesting is happening there, and then I go over and watch and never come back. But I might actually put a little bit of. Although that's of course going to mute parts of this on the VOD. Yeah, I think I might. Just some chill stuff in the background. As yeah, special beat can be really nice to focus on and just use that to. I'll make it pretty soft. Maybe we'll get away with it. Go a little bit further into it where it gets a little bit louder. Just so I can level it a little. Yeah, just some nice chill stuff. As I go back to here. So the one thing I need to as well change the stat block for the backpack, because of course this has 1 crit chance more. Especially for red builds, I'm still looking at a good way of visualizing maybe how many, like, you need this many crit chances, this many crit damages. Because that's usually basically what the entire lineup relies on. It's just... You don't really need to know where exactly stats are. You just need to know, I need this many crit chances on the build. That can get you most of the way there. And this Grupo mask still makes sense. This actually, let me see if it actually, I believe it stays the same even. And it does. The only thing that's differing here is this weapon damage, but that's that is due to this is the ungrade. This is an ungraded FAMAS, and then that's a FAMAS grade 23. And yeah, that all makes sense. Actually, if I hide the game for a second, you guys can see as well. Yeah, in the bottom right corner, there I have some weapon talent choices, and then Grupo mask as an alternate. Or when there's already too many coyotes, which sometimes happens, not often, sometimes. Not as often as people think sometimes. But yeah, stat-wise that works out, so, because yeah, we're basically just moving the stat blocks of these two around just to get the chest talent in. What mostly changes is actually, yeah, I should do that. What actually changes is the gear listing, because that always changes with the order of things. So I want this one to match reality, which is just one of the pieces is going to be altered. But as we put this in, I need to put OBS away again. Take it all the way to the bottom, bring it back up one. And of course the chest talent as well has changed, so we need to go grab this part. It's no longer obliterate. The rest stays the same. Yeah, now it's now it all lines up. My voice gets nice and phlegmy. Should I make sure that that actually muted? So yeah, we did. Let's see. So that's basically the chest striker in there, and yeah, I'm putting that one at number 5. That's, yeah, forget how high this track goes. Let's go something a little bit more groovy. I was just double checking that I didn't forget anything, because yeah, it's easy to forget something. Yeah, no, the rest all lines up. This part is also so good. Skills are, yeah, the way I want them to be. So I'm considering if I want to make an Elmo version of basically the exact same thing. I don't think so. I think I'll just put the Elmo as option there above the other weapon. And I'll do that by going into the void, putting this in here, so it's lined up correctly. Actually, I'm not gonna cover it. Actually, then need it lined up perfectly. I'll alter these two to be a little bit different. These two. There's that. And I want to later on as well. So I'm considering what else variant I want to do, because I'm considering doing. Actually, I don't know if I have even the parts for that. I could actually figure out if I do have the parts for that, which is non-chest, non-backpack variants. I have a gift on this gal, right? Really? Oh yeah, she of course never had a gift. Don't have a stashed gift either. Well, not. I could fake it with this one. Because yeah, this one is of course a headshot weapon handling one, which isn't the same thing as this build, but I can just use that for the talent grab. What I will need for that though is a mask. Do I wanna? The striker is craftable. I would need it to be maxed. Actually, I want to run this build type anyway for a little bit at some point, so I'll make that investment. Luckily, the mask is craftable. One of the pieces of striker isn't craftable, but I'd never remember which one. I'll craft a few. And just because the stats, those red bars of it basically, or the like these parts of it show up on on there, I do want it to be full stats, so I will optimize it, which seems like a waste, but I may want to run this variant anyway to try it out a little bit. Because I've run something similar, but not this specifically, which is basically a glass version. Glass works, very much so. I don't want to spend way too much, but I'll spend a little bit more. Yeah, I don't want to optimize it with that crit chance. I would rather have optimized their weapon damage. And we do have a 12 something already, which is optimization and a half. Okay. So whatever. Let me grab the highest one we had, which is actually 12.1, which is pretty low. As we put that away. Calibration. I should just equip it. That makes it so much easier to find it in the recalibration station. Because it's getting crit damage, and then with the model, because I think it ends up crit damage. Because yeah, stat block wise, we're staying the same. And yeah, it does get optimized. I have enough, right? Yeah. 2 and a little bit optimizations. So go back to the stash. Let's see. So when I put in this back, I wonder how many people will notice actually that, because the gift has a specific graphic for it that all the gifts have, or well, normal Providence backpacks also can look that way, but this backpack should obviously not be a gift. But I'll put this, and then I'll equip this just to when I take the screenshot of the talent space, just for laziness for now. Because yeah, I have 3 gifts on 3 other characters. This character never ran a gift, and then pretty recently I started running a Providence backpack for one of her builds, and and seeing as I don't open up named caches and stuff much anymore, as all of that goes towards exotic caches nowadays, it's actually quite noticeable how much fewer named items I am getting in. So this is 52.173, but this is with the expectation that you're not going to be running it alongside of a group, because this setup is basically mostly for solo, I would say. And what it does especially is that its damage is up front. So instead of having a high peak with stacking, it has a high peak starting at higher peak than normal strikers. And some may have also seen this quite often on but make it bigger. So in that layout with a sacrifice and a gift. Some may have seen it on Dodd as well, as he likes to run this variant a lot. So you reminded me basically that oh yeah, I should retry this. Although I would never run a glass red solo anymore nowadays, unless for testing purposes. So yeah, this one is done. I'm gonna go back. Gonna take the obliterate one as the St. Elmo obliterate one as the base for this one, because that's a St. Elmo. But yeah, for this one I would definitely say that a St. Elmo is like the way to go. For it's extra shocking. but it will get the last spot on the list for now. Might get moved up, it might get moved down. That's usually how I do. So yeah, up front damage. I shall just leave it at that. High up front damage. And then yeah, eventually I will add in a text file basically with some explanations for them. And also eventually, as build overview idea, I've shifted that to basically being that I'll come into here and just go through this list of different setups for a build. And then basically no gameplay at all, but just all of the layouts for a specific kind of setup. Oh, put chat away for a second and OBS with it, just so I have some space to see. As yeah, I'll delete already that and that because that's going to change both of them. This is also going to change. But just a crit chance, crit damage, I could just I'll do the whole stat block. This won't be relevant at that point. Yeah, so this stat block, although this one doesn't matter. This will stay the same. This will stay, yeah. And yeah, these ones are very much stitched together to just look decent enough. Because yeah, I'm just taking that for instance. Make sure that I have the right screen up here. See if we can marry these two together in some way that looks right. Might be more of a hassle than just cutting maybe a little bit higher so I don't have to deal with those numbers there. Kind of. Yeah, I'll cut it a little bit higher. Like there. How many of these did I? Oh. That was what was happening. I was, according to the PC, I was holding control the whole time, so it was copying and copying and copying. One of the annoying things is there is no. Oh, actually, let me see. Is there a button that? Ah, okay. It's Alt in here, which is a weird button to not have it snap. Well, once I pull this up, actually I'll push this down. That's easier. That looks about right. Close enough. And then yeah, so I'll take this stats. Because also technically we could have a version as well where it's just the glass, but then it would be Seska glass, I would say. What this variant does is give you access to the gift, basically. Because that second faster is... It's not like big, but it's but it does change gameplay a little bit. And this will likely be the final for the striker. And then actually, clearly also disappears there. But then I also want to do a few for eclipses. But for there, I can copy a few already in because of course I have several eclipses on the build collection. Where I only had 2 strikers on the build collection. Both of them without Elmo because I just swap in the Elmo basically. So I really wanted to have that especially. Stat block. Oh, not that stat block, but this stat block. Didn't work for some reason. Let's get a fresh one. Yeah, sometimes the snipping tool just bugs out and doesn't do anything. And yeah, so here I'm gonna cheat and put in the wrong gift because we've already have the stats. I just want to have that here it says perfect vigilance and perfect glass skin. A little bit of cheating is allowed. Just want to see what I put on the other Elmo. Actually, this is a copy of it, of course, right? So we had the only Gropo in the bottom right of it. So and just double checking. Also, actually, yeah. Oh, not that one. Not that one. That one. Oh, wait for some. So I'm not putting anything in the bottom right corner where I usually would have options. I don't see. But yeah, with the other one, at least the Grupo mask makes sense as an option. Here I could put a FAMAS there, but also with this one, I would definitely say run an Elmo. You have more damage on the talents anyway, starting out, and then the Elmo can help a little bit with utility. Did I actually do the stat block right? It is 58, I believe, right? Yeah. And yeah, I do want to run this a little bit at some point because I have ran it with glass chest, but then the striker backpack, and that kind of works because yeah, glass is pretty good. But the thing is already, because it isn't a vigilance build, glass is really strong together with vigilance because they're multiplicative to each other. So where obliterate and vigilance are additive to each other. So normally if you were to have basically compare this with the obliterate setup, the obliterate setup is only adding in 20% basically actual damage on top, just because it's adding into a pool already. So that 25% basically becomes 20% actual increase, whereas glass is still at that 30%. But I hadn't considered going chest backpack vigilance and then getting exactly that's the gift to be part of it basically. But that means that for now I'm going to stash this mask because I don't want them in their inventory, and I'll leave that mod up there, you know. No, actually I should grab the mod actually because I might need it in oh no, actually we're not going to do any more variants of striker. I feel I'm good on striker. We have 6 of them, 2 of them pretty close to each other. So 2 of them are pretty close to each other, which is basically going from a Saint Elmo version to a FAMAS version. But that's exactly what these folders are for, is to have versioning like this, so I can if I want to send someone the FAMAS version, it's with the exact stats that it needs to have, basically. We have a perfect focus version, 3rd spot, spotter version in the 4th spot, and then chest plus backpack variant with FAMAS, with Elmo pinned to that, and then a glass vigilance, the weird boy, in the 6th spot. So I feel pretty good about this folder now. I might come in and put in maybe some other weird variant. Maybe an LMG variant, although not likely. So we're gonna go back in here and go to the other side of the thing where we have Eclipse. And for this, I'm actually, as the base of it, I'll take... Also, I'll be swapping characters in a second to overwrite the base, but 3 point something, 3.05 apparently. So make a copy. Yeah, copies go all the way to at the end because it's alphabetical order and the rest is all. And I'll move just to here. Because I'll use that as the base picture. Although I will want to overwrite this, the main part of it. I can. Because yeah, I do want it to have like newer shade levels on all of them. But this already has basically the stat blocks here that I care about. Oh yeah, so let me actually swap characters real quick. So let's briefly check how we're doing over here. Hey, Spoon Donkey. Depends if you how you play glass basically, and how much you care about dying as well. So, for instance, I want to actually change the build she has when she's stored. For open world farming, you basically just run in, get it done. If you die here once and there, here and there, it's okay. Nothing bad happened. You just go in and do more. But the speed that it adds, especially starting out, so its peak is basically lower, its starting value is higher, which is what you can actually achieve already with just even going Vigilance Backpack, even without glass, kind of. Especially that glass version, kind of seeing especially Dot play with it a little bit on his streams, caught my curiosity. And I've played a little bit with it. But yeah, I had done glass versions, but just Seska glass and then just Striker Backpack. But not having to stack actually up that high means also you can kind of keep distance. Because you don't need to close to... Because actually what I should do on that one, actually I will do that on that one, is to not even show it with the ACS. Take a picture of a Scorpio and overwrite it. Because that was my intention all along. Or actually I'll just put Scorpio on the bottom right for ease. Because yeah, what this version really gets to run, because you don't need to stack with the ACS. Basically one mag of the FAMAS will stack it to full anyway, because you're just stacking to 50 stacks. No, yeah, you're stacking to 100 stacks. But the stacks are less important, so you don't care about them as much. So you don't have to stack with the ACS, so you can just go in, stack, have a Scorpio for safety. Name as well. Actually, you guys can't see that one now. I'll briefly show it. So yeah, I'll just add in a Scorpio there. Just then it's there. Yeah, we'll be coming back to this character to grab this glass or new picture of it, basically. I'm also now considering I could maybe actually in the build collection I want to keep the old numbers, because yeah, I could upgrade the pictures in there as well, but especially on these pictures I basically just show a lot more options is the thing of them. Also for builds, so for instance, as I showed yesterday, swapping to a foam Eclipse. I basically have the pieces in my stash, even though I totally actually blanked out in making that mask. I was just, because I thought about it as well once we started. I, of course, didn't need to make that mask. The whole point of it is that I have an Eclipse mask that I put there instead of the gloves swapping out. Because yeah, I have a Eclipse mask in here that is all ready to go. And that replaces the vial, and then I can replace this backpack with either a setup or a courier. But yeah, this especially is to get a few versions, well, especially foam, to have the foam version in here, and also to rank them. Because one of the things, of course, we have the recommended build list, but I then have 5 or 4, well, yeah, in this case it will be 5 versions of Eclipse, and they're not ranked. Well, actually it will be 6, because I'll do one with setup as well. And in this way, they're kind of ranked, even though it doesn't really make sense, because But the other option as well is, but she does have that, and that's to have future perfect. Because I don't have that up there. Yeah, specialization wise, I'm just gonna take the back up there. Yeah. So we grab survivalist. There's a black square apparently, according to Windows snippet tool. Survivalist. Technician, firewall, and gunner. So many people actually sometimes give me weird looks when I say, yeah, you should try it with gunner as well sometimes, especially to like newer people. But yeah, I actually do strongly believe that as well, actually. That Banshee Pulse is really, really good for newer players. It just gives them a tool that they can very easily use. Like, you can at least CC a little bit. Even if you're not good with the cam, you can get that Banshee Pulse out and just... you're doing something. I kind of want to... Actually, yeah. So I do want to get a graphic of the Banshee Pulse, but I do want to have the void, of course. Because yeah, what I'll do is grab basically this and just put it next to the gunner. I don't love it, but I'll leave it. But yeah, just a tiny, like, that's why you go gunner. It's like attached to it. Let me make sure that this is still going. Looking through everything, making sure nothing is very wrong. Doesn't look like it. Oh, I now actually consider... yeah, let's grab new stat blocks for DC. The damage has changed, of course, because those old pictures, I was like, the damage will still have been the same. But of course, I nowadays have grade 20 on on the Hive and the Firecam, where grading didn't even exist back when the old picture was put together. Because yeah, sometimes I myself as well sometimes just use these numbers to benchmark against, basically. Because you're looking at them, and then if you are way off yourself, or in my case also, if I'm off way myself, I go like, oh, okay, wait, I forgot to likely, put status effect somewhere or something like that. Just making sure that everything else is correct. Is this actually... I'm cheating with that one. Yeah, I should. So these are old style stats without proficiency in between them. And if I'm going to add in more stats for different pieces, which I will, because I'll be using like a not a vial and stuff, it's going to look off. So yeah, I'll take that minute here, because yeah, this one will basically get copied and basically be the thing that everything else goes on top of. So yeah, just to have that be right. Because yeah, nowadays expertise is in between it, so it becomes basically two parts. And that looks just enough different that it would stand out. But yeah, especially with these, I just want to do them once and be done with it. These won't get too many revisitations unless, yeah, something substantially changes. Whereas, yeah, with the build collection itself, actually I should put these already in order. That's all the left side ones. Lining it all up. I'm gonna be a little bit bigger, even a little bit more. There we go. And yeah, so I need to go back to the other character to get a picture of Everlasting Gaze, because I think I only keep one of those. I don't use them enough. Just because I don't like using them that much. No, I might have actually kept one in the stash. I didn't even check, but she definitely has one. As it's a piece that always annoys me that I have to swap it out. But yeah, it's the build is saved with it. I'm gonna have an Everlasting Gaze somewhere. So I'll just grab that picture here. As I lost the browser window. I have way too much stuff open as well, of course. Also for OBS and stuff, of course. Didn't snip it well. Oh, the sledgehammer, of course, I've taken from there. She should have a sledgehammer as well. Sledgehammer is one of those weapons I have. Basically, every character has one. Because yeah, sometimes you just need to debuff someone really hard. Yeah, I'm happy with basically how this is looking now. I'm basically also showing the 4 skills that I like use the most anyway. The only missing one here is Jammer Pulse. I might actually put that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put all the skills that kind of matter. Because yeah, I'll also put EMP Sticky in here. But I'll just take pictures from there. I'll actually refresh this thing so that everything I paste goes into the center, because we're about to go over the edge with it. Shock trap. Not decoy. Jammer pulse. Actually, I'll go grab Gunner real quick as well, just to get access to the Banshee pulse. Actually, is the name available even without? Because I just need that name on top. Ah, yeah. It's grayed out there. Let's do it right. So we have Jammer Pulse, there are Banshee Pulse. Stinger Hive. Fire Cam. And I'll leave foam out because I don't feel that this setup is in any way conducive to foaming, really. It's very much set up to be damaged, and then foam will only show up on only the foam the two foam setups. Just thinking about if there's anything. Well, nah, not gonna put those. Gonna line all these up, and I'll just do like this basically. They're a little bit better once I actually, it's, how many do I have? 7? I think so. I'll put, actually I want these high. Yeah, I think I'll do them like this. Putting the two EMPs together. Banshee all the way to itself, because yeah, that needs Gunner. And I might actually grab this Gunner again. Not EV. Oh. So used to how Photoshop paste was just a little bit offset. Because yeah, I want to have the Stinger Hive and the Fire Cam up there, and all the other options down here. So yeah, it's only those actually. In my mind, there's a ton more skills that like can be used with Eclipse, but yeah, no, it's very much just Stinger, Firestarter, yeah, the two jams, the shock, the blind. I mean, Fire Stick. I should get the Fire Stick. I would never use it, but that's explosive. That's again the explosive? No. But might as well. If we're going... And of course that now completely destroys my layout. You know what? I don't believe the Fire Stick exists. It is a figment of everybody's imagination. We'll just leave it at that. And so yeah, I'm happy with that. And we'll stay on this character because we're going to go and do the glass version next. Because yeah, that's very much number 2. Let me just look this over, just make sure that I have everything here. Nothing's missing. Gear talents or weapon talents are correct. And then we'll go and make a copy of this and make it a glass version. And also with the layout as they are, I might actually bring these back into the build collection and just paste them over the other ones. Even though these are a little bit more hacked than the ones in the build collection. Because I usually try to not go too heavy. Actually, I'll go fix that in here as well, because that's bothering me that the vowel is over there and not in the middle, where I usually put it. So this will become number 2. Eclipse and glass. Also, actually, yeah, I'm gonna, because I wanted to do this, I totally forgot. Because yeah, I'm swapping everything to be the naming convention of the game, basically. Because and I'm just using for the gear sets the 2-letter abbreviations. Even though Cavalier doesn't have that. But that also just means less reason for me to ever make a Cavalier. So for this one, just basically if I take a snap of these 4 items. And try to line it up. That's good enough, especially when I hide my crimes a little bit by hiding them behind the stats a little bit. So I'll just swap that block. Basically, for the rest, everything stays the same, so that's nice. This changes as well. Oh, actually, okay. That was also a stitch job as well, so let me actually go in and I'll fix it for the glass one first. That's a little bit more correct for that one. Oh, actually, that's not correct for that one. That's only correct for this one. But I'll fix that again in a second. But yeah, there's a set order to that list. I don't think anybody would ever notice, but I would. So I will fix it. Put that there. Because she can become a baseline version as well, of course, as all my characters can. Though she has a golden piece. A good Danny. So I'll finish up this glass one, and then I'll swap over and fix it with the other one. Because she still has a golden glove. Yeah, this looks correct. The only thing that weirds me out is that it got done really quick, so, but that's also not a bad thing per se. So I need to go back to the other character and get just this list because it's in the wrong order there. also actually, yeah, I should have general all around setup.
Area entered.
We'll do the annoying thing of every word is capitalized. And then EP glass, comma, high damage, low spread. Do. That works. And the rest of this all stays good like that. So next up, I'm gonna make a foam variant, because yeah, that's gonna be number 3. I think I already grabbed the mask already. Do need to grab the Habsburg. Actually, I'll do that on a different character, because he can also then instantly do the... Yeah. Because he also has the setup variant. Because yeah, then we can basically do the foam setup and the normal setup variant back to back quickly. Because yeah, it's going to be those two. And then the setup non-foam variants. And those 5 will round it out, basically, actually. That's enough in there. And I might then put a gunner variant in there, but the gunner variant is basically already part of the other ones already. So we'll go to this one. Already make a copy. Because yeah, most of the work is in setting up that initial one, and then it's just a little bit of maintenance, basically. Oh, that's right. I had forgotten to grab my light. The light starts to fade away. So fix that up. Because yeah, camera's struggling to keep me lit to a sufficient level. Yeah, that helps. And yeah, that is just my phone on a holder that isn't made for it. Yeah, so on this guy, we have the option of grabbing this and then the Habsburg backpack courier. As we get punched in the face by Ethan as he always walks through here. I still don't understand why like, pathing wise they could have just made him go around. Like you're supposed to expect that people are going to be standing around here. Just don't have any NPCs walk through them. And that's also the reason I usually go into the shared space right away instead of hanging around inside of the White House. So first up, I want to have the foam version. So I'll open this up and make this number 3. EP foam. Full PC. Legendary. Well, he always had a path through there, so he would sometimes bump you a little bit, but now there's more people doing it, and he also walks a lot closer to the crate. But also, I never went into the base of operations really to do anything, because Inaya also has continuous voice lines, which are annoying. This shopkeeper as well has like continuous voice lines where you're in the menu with him, where the one in the shared space doesn't. So, and also the crafting space in the shared space. Also, there's no Inaya there, just rattling off every 5 seconds that she still needs to make a chair. Come on, Inaya, we're years into this thing now. Come on. He has a golden glove, of course. Yeah. Okay, I'll. The downsides, of course, so these characters that don't show up with their builds as they are saved, basically in the build collection, they still have all golden pieces. So there again, at the moment of course, don't want to have golden show. So I'll just put her glove in there for now, and just swap that over because he has more of the pieces. So then I'll later on swap this electric back. But yeah, my choice to keep some of those golden pieces as like prestige pieces is biting me a lot. Yep, yeah, she very much. I very much feel for the recalibration station lady across from her, just because yeah, we get to walk away, she has to listen to her like forever. And she seemed nice. She doesn't complain too much. As I also still have 2 golden gloves here that I at some point have to deconstruct, basically, because yeah, they have no value to me anymore. But yeah, both of them were hard finds. You know what? Let's just pull the band-aid off. Because yeah, those 2 have been replaced by electric pieces. Oh, it doesn't actually give me a warning about optimized. Why doesn't it? Because these are optimized. Oh yeah. Deconstructing an optimized item. Continue? Do you really? Yeah. I still have a few golden pieces that, like this character, they'll keep a golden glove because it doesn't show up. That's just there for them to swap to a baseline variant, basically. But yeah, this is actually what I should have done with the legendary, because I always have that glove, of course, although golden in that other case, but didn't need to make that mask. I have a mask at the ready. So, and then yeah, this will be a stitch job as well, so I'll just basically grab this, put it here. That seems close enough for what we need. This of course has changed, this of course has changed, and this of course hasn't. Also, let me just check real quick. Oh, I should go that, but that's okay. I should want to let's do it like this. Gear. Where's the other one? Okay. I have it open in a different window. I just want to open it. Firefox, come on. No, I just want to open a different instant. God damn it. Oh, fine, I'll look in here. This one's so much harder to go through. Name gear. Because yeah, this thing isn't DZ only, right? Oh, it's actually LZ only. I should know that actually. I've had it drop plenty of times. That changes, this changes, this changes. Resize all this. So, come on, a little bit more. The annoying thing is it tries to snap, and that's, yeah, there we go. And hold, you have to hold Shift and Alt together to force it to not snap, and that can be sometimes annoying. Okay, brands. And oh yeah, no val, of course, that can go. Thought I already had changed this, but I apparently didn't stick. So this is EP foam career. It's not a general run setup. This is foam. Oh wait, did I add legendary to this one? No. I remember typing legendary at some point. Apparently, didn't stick. Foam career, full CC. Comma legendary. That time it did stick. This in sync doesn't make sense in here. Anymore. Neither does Gun. Actually, well, Gun. Kind of Gunner does. In this one, Firewall definitely doesn't, but I'll keep... Actually, I'll do it like this. I'll put Technician and stuff down here, and I'll put Survivalist at the top here. Make a triangle, basically. Yeah, this one, the Fire Chem goes away, Stinger goes away. Foam comes in. I'll basically put foam here on the top and then trying to like push people towards that's basically how you use it. Foam is the main, and then the other options are all if you need them. Banshee, yeah, no, I'm gonna remove Banshee from this list because yeah, Banshee is very much. I should take it. Well, Technician has a yeah, no, because yeah, Banshee just doesn't work well enough for legendary enemies. They drop out of it way too fast. This one also no longer makes sense. What we'll actually do, I'll put the Sledgehammer up here. And just over, because yeah, Sledgehammer is the thing I would choose normally, usually. You can go Perpetuation as well, but I have that on the pistol, basically. Because yeah, you can use Sledgehammer for a little bit of extra bonus damage once in a while. I should briefly check if this all is still working. Oh, and hey to you, Jess. So one electric, one golem can work well actually, but I think both of the perfect talents. So, because yeah, in the case of the courier, as we have it here, or the other one that I'm gonna make as well for like a legendary variant, the setup is more that those perfect talents just really work really well. Because actually the courier one really works well, more than I even expected. I was like, because I usually didn't use creeping death anyway, but having especially that reduction in cooldown, it triggers so much more often. Which makes it really good. But if you basically want to go for a talent that doesn't have a perfect, then yeah, electric golem together, I would say still the choice. You could go. You could also go one of them and Hana U, but both of the stats are basically you're diminished already towards that. They aren't big increases, but they're still the best choices you have. Because I'm trying to think what talents maybe like a non-perfect version. Well, you could kind of go with, if you're going without a vial, but a vial is too good usually with damage variants to give up. Yeah, because especially I'm likely forgetting, run this character over to the recalibration station and go into backpack talents. And because yeah, the only thing I can but also then you're stuck with, oh no, you're not stuck with the backpack. You go electric backpack and then tamper-proof chest. Like that's the one combination that comes to mind. Or trauma chest, because the perfect trauma isn't that big of an increase. But yeah, actually, yeah, out of curiosity, let's have a look. But yeah, especially yeah, for opportunistic, going the perfect route is a little bit better. From creeping that, the perfect is as well. Just good enough that giving up the brand bonus is worth it. Galvanize could kind of work, but then also even then, the perfect galvanize. Actually, the perfect galvanize is on electric. Oh, that might actually be an option. Because yeah, you don't give a ton of bonus armor then to your allies, because yeah, you're just or you could have one blue core with technician, but that's still like pretty low. But you would constantly be giving bonus armor to allies. But just then it becomes the opportunity cost of just creeping death is better, opportunistic is better. But if like nothing else existed, then galvanize could be an option there. Overclock as well for overcharge or for reload speeding and stuff. And the other one that I'm thinking, energize actually, yeah, for overcharging might be an option. But Acosta could do this as well. But yeah, one of the, actually yeah, I should put that one in as well. There's a variant as well of this going Acosta, which actually kind of works really well. Let me see what chest talents actually. Because yeah, oh yeah, tag team as well, of course. Because yeah, we used to use tag team to get the blind the firefly down. Because empathic could also kind of work, but then with the healing hive. So one of the things a lot of the speedrunners do is actually they have home chem and then a healing hive, and then just no repair skills at all. Just to top people off a little bit to keep them topped off. And actually empathic resolve on a chest could work. Because yeah, you can go chest backpack being golden and electric. And then yeah, trauma of course, just for that blind is an easy way to get blinds out, and then tamper-proof for shock. Yeah, there are actually some options in there, but yeah, they're a little bit more out there, let's say.
Anything I can do for you?
But I think actually yeah, that was actually a good thing I kind of went, because yeah, there is actually you can also go Acosta here, but I might actually just put that as an option in the, so The game's blocking it there, but in the bottom right I have the guns there. I might actually just put a Acosta there as well. Because yeah, the throwing a grenade and getting overcharged with Acosta is actually pretty good, actually. It's but yeah, it's mostly creeping that. I was actually very much with the normal one. I really never liked it. I always went opportunistic, yeah, for legendaries especially. But since Perfect came in and I tried it a little bit, just that little bit of cooldown change really surprised me and really made this my choice nowadays. Let me see where I was with this, because I feel, oh yeah, I just need the talents. Oh, actually, I need to equip a sledgehammer on him as well and get the weapon talents as well. Oh, and hello to you, MasiTM. Actually, there are several. You can just, of course, just put it in a red build and run around and just every 15 seconds shock some people. One of the builds, and actually I'll add that in, seeing as I'm working on the build collection anyway a little bit, that I worked on as well is with Red Eclipse Protocol. And that's actually works decently well. It's not super or anything, but it works. And the build picture for it in my build collection is still a black one, just like the slot has been prepared for it, but I was just still messing about with seeing what version I like best, because yeah, you can go chest, you can go backpack of Eclipse, because both of them kind of work, but both of them also alter playstyle a little bit. Weapon talents is what I need, but I'll likely actually add that in after I get done here with the Eclipses. Actually don't want it to go that far, just the top 3. Oh yeah, also just to check, I hope the music isn't too loud or way too soft. Because yeah, I don't know exactly what the balance is for you guys. Although when I talk, I should be like going over it pretty aggressively. But yeah, let me know if it's unsatisfactory. Okay, I'm happy with that one. And then yeah, actually the next one is quite easy, because I just get to basically copy this one and just full CC, or actually the career, yeah, that changes. So just get to copy this one and just the backpack swords. Oh yeah, exactly. So I've been trying a few, like a red EP is one of those builds that I always wanted to work, but it just never really did. And the Shocker Punch actually kind of makes it work. For solo play and stuff, it is just trying to especially get. So for me, it's very much a build that is I play because I want to min-max out the mechanic. Because yeah, if I just wanted to go through stuff the fastest, it isn't that, but just trying to, you know, set yourself up so you catch the wave, shock them, kill them real quick, and then get shock rounds on the Elmo and stuff like that. It is very much one of those like mechanic heavy builds. Well, not mechanic heavy, it really relies on one core mechanic that you just have to do over and over and over. And yeah, so for this variant, it's literally the same thing, but with a setup. Yeah, that's really why these, like this folder of these kind of exists. Is if I just want to send someone the setup version, it's literally just this one, and then I don't have to go like, okay, it's this one, but then with the setup backpack, and with these stats and these stats instead of these stats. And people have already responded really well to the striker ones, so I'm hoping adding a few more folders, especially for negotiator. I feel like negotiator has so many different setups that all kind of do something different. They're all basically negotiators, but with the backpack, without the backpack, stuff like that. So stat block wise is actually the exact same, so that's all great. This changes, this changes. Let me actually make sure I have the right scene up. As the brand set. Oh, double weapon talents. I need the gear talents, of course. Okay. So I feel that is all working as intended for the rest of it. Full CC, comma, group of, comma. Because that just says full CC, this is full CC plus group of plus legendary. Okay, and then next up is this one. Although actually, wait, let me just grab an Acosta and my singular Acosta that I still keep. As I want to add those into both of them as options in the bottom corners. There's one of the things as well that you can do is actually just swap to the Acosta even for a room where you want to have the supercharge and then, or not the supercharge, but overcharge. Oh, also I need to, yeah, that's the one I almost forgot. I also want to do a BTSU variant, very much so even. But I want to have the Acosta just hanging out in the bottom there. Both of them. Because actually somebody brought it up in the comments for the Eclipse showcase of hey, I run the BTSU one. I went, oh yeah, the BTSU one. I haven't run that in forever. Because yeah, that one also kind of makes sense. So this is EP. The setup. Less damage, group buff. Because I kind of like this variant with the perfect opportunistic. Because it's basically since perfect opportunistic came in that this kind of makes sense. Because with normal opportunistic it doesn't really, because you're giving up way too much personal damage. But yeah, this changes, this changes, this changes. Yeah, since perfect opportunistic. Because you're just, if you have good teammates and you don't really need more damage on the Eclipse, you can trust your allies to kill enough. Then yeah, having them kill 15% faster is not the worst choice. And yeah, basically for the rest of its stats, it's the same as the other ones. Just this comes in. Snip it correctly. Come on. Ah, close. There we go. Gear talents. I'll just put back there as well. Okay, so we already have 5 setups in there, and all of them a little bit different. Most of them are variations of kind of the same idea. And yeah, I'm just gonna add in one more, and that is But actually, do I have a mask for that? Is it for that? Wait, no. How will we normally? Oh yeah, we would swap the mask slot. Ah. I'll just do it with a golem and just put electric in the corner. I have this golem mask, of course, as a swapping piece. And also, of course, this is the golem piece that came in perfect, the one that you can't use on a normal baseline one. Yeah, it is max stats, skill haste, and status effect without optimizations, which looks really nice, but yeah, is on that piece. So you know what? I'll get to use it here because yeah, I'll put that glove from my other character back, and we'll swap back to her. This one, and then he gets to keep that glove for swapping to. I'll put him back on his negotiator. We won't be coming back to him. Oh wow, I just noticed that I've been going at this for close. This is always very like I always lose track of time when working on the build collection. It's very much because yeah, it just takes time sometimes to just get through everything. But yeah, with the last one as well, some people have said they enjoyed seeing like how it comes together and how it all works. So thought I would do it again, as I wanted to get this done, especially today, and thought yeah, let's stream it. I'll grab that golem mask. But yeah, if you weren't going Val, basically you could maybe go this. But if you're going damage anyway, Val just makes too much sense to not have. But what this then does let us do is... And this is actually the reason that on most of my characters, it's the glove slot that swaps out. Because yeah, so that I can go BTSU glove. Either that or going Death Grips. for when boosting people through Warlords of New York, because Death Grips actually works really well there. Or that and Gunner maybe together even sometimes is actually super strong, because you just get to run into everything and just not care. Letting you play way too aggressively. For the base of this, I'll take just that one then. Because this to me is still... So the weird thing about this one, is that you could also go the backpack route, and as a CC variant, it might also make sense. So for now, I'll leave it just as one, as a damage variant. But in the future, I might revisit this and add in a few more, because especially with a foam variant, the BTSU really makes sense, because you're just giving up basically one brand slot, one brand bonus, and gaining supercharge for it. I want to open it. But yeah, after this one, because actually I might, while I'm busy with it anyway, because I'm pretty happy with where that red EP is at, basically. So I might add that one in, and then go play some video games and have a treat after doing my homework. So this is EP BTSU. Oh, I will say gloves. General setup. Supercharge. I mean, yeah, I'll just say supercharge. Even though, yeah, that's not the terminology everybody uses for that thing, of course, but most people do get it when you say, like, okay, the BTSU gives a overcharge to everyone, so supercharge. Most people go, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Lines up close enough. This of course changes. The core doesn't. This of course changes. The rest all stays the same. What I will do with this one is add in foam just as one of the core skills, basically. Because if you're going this, foam kind of makes sense, maybe. Move these two across. This changes, this changes. This changes, and nothing else. Because yeah, really, you give up one brand bonus, one status effect on the stat slot. That's kind of worth it for resetting everybody's hive, I feel. But didn't hold shift, so I skewed it all. I'd actually run a few runs with... I forgot about it, basically, that it existed. I might make a few runs today with it, trying to get some supercharges out, if... and seeing how that kind of can work. So I need a brand set. Only downside here is, of course, I am doing it with that golem piece, but I'm hoping that people that I did something weird. Oh, I know what I did. I'm moving people that look like at a build like this. Are advanced enough to know that, okay, Golan and Electric are the same. I might actually even put Electric like plastered here somewhere or something. That's the set. Gear talents. Okay. Oh yeah, no one have. Because the exotics don't show up, they show up as a no gear set, no brand set kind of thing there, so just to fill that up. So that's clear. And yeah, I want to grab the Electric brand name. Because I'll put that like that. Maybe even also the Golem brand name. I want that not to be of the same black background, so I'll grab it from here instead. Also, yeah, that's a horrible cut of Golan. I've cut into the G. There, that's a lot cleaner. Let's make them a little bit more visible. Yeah. Understandable enough almost. So we made 6 EPs, 6 Eclipse Protocols, which I'm very happy with. Yeah, I'm gonna remove the work in progress from this name. And Eclipse recommended has become a folder up here. Should actually also go look how it looks when I'm like not logged in by going in a different browser. But I already looked at the Striker one, and that's yeah. So yeah, in the Striker there's 6 of them. In the Eclipse there's 6 of them as well. And I'll likely add a 7th because there's an obvious one of going basically the Habsburg backpack, the Courier, and then BTSU, because the BTSU actually as a foam variant makes more sense maybe. And maybe doing a dedicated one with Acosta. But for now, I am happy with the results there. I'll actually leave those pieces on her because, yeah, as I said, I might actually run that build a little bit. Just gotta get a feel for it. It's been a real long time since I've used BTSU on Eclipse. And then we'll just add in briefly find it quickly. If I put this one up, there it is.
Safe area detected.
Because yeah, I'll add in the red Eclipse protocol because that one has been black for way too long. And it's basically the way I want it anyway. Because yeah, it is saved. It's I know what happened there. Okay, I need to still, well, let me see actually if I need anything else while I'm here. Because yeah, she has a crit chance mod. Does she not use that anywhere else? Okay, she uses it there. Here, that's that chest mod. But yeah, these are chances. Let me see actually. So yeah, this is 48, but then with the wrong weapon basically, because my Elmo is on my other character. Actually, it's even higher than that because that one's also missing mod. So I'll go grab my Elmo and I'll grab a 12 crit chance mod as well from this character because I have a few, so might as well use them. The appearance gear slot bug. Oh, do you mean if you put in one of those modded like the like these pieces, when you put those in, that they stay around, especially the backpack? I don't know if they're, yeah, I haven't seen a fix for it. I don't run into it because I don't use this really. I'm very much keep my gear looking as it was, except for a few pieces that I really like dislike, very big backpacks. And that's usually with my buddies as well, because we know when we're looking at each other, when we see like Providence pieces on someone, we know they're running Providence, they're running Red Build likely. If they have a Striker backpack, they're running Striker probably. If I have my Eclipse chest on, I'm running Eclipse. So visually we can tell just without even inspecting. I need to put the St. Elmo that's on. Actually, let me first off load their a normal loadout for them. Let's just load Striker with this mask. Because yeah, the Elmo is still on this character, and I still only have one, still, to this day. Still haven't found the second one. There was something else also that one. Oh yeah, mod. Because yeah, I still have a few 12s on this character. I'll put both of them in the stash. They don't need to be. They don't need to be on the character. But yeah, I haven't seen a fix when it like shows up on other parts when it shouldn't. I think that will require basically dev side fix that needs to be patched out. I think I did see it on the Trello board, but also I think it's been on the Trello board for quite a while. Oh, did they say things about it? I would love that. Yeah, I would love to also. Yeah, then move it over on the thingies, the guide I made to fix it there as well. What was that proposed or like announced fix? Actually, let me go see, because there's nothing in patch notes yet, right? No. I would, yeah, because yeah, that would make it so much easier indeed if I could just farm ARs and have a chance at the very least. Because yeah, as the closer farm shows, I am willing to farm way too long, as long as there is a chance. No, in the Dumb and Dumber way. It's never going to drop, dude. It's a 1 in a billion. But you're telling me there's a chance. Going to make this piece with a 12 crits, because this piece deserved to have been 12 crits way long ago. Yeah, this is my weirdness with keeping each gear piece with its own mods. I wouldn't recommend anybody else ever do it that way, because it's if you just have 3 basically crit damage mods, you can just swap them over into each of the loadouts. because in this case as well, it's shared with this loadout, and I'll put the same 12 crit into this and save it here as well, so I don't keep pulling it out accidentally. Yeah, one of the great recent additions that they've done is this in loadouts thing with all of the gear and stuff. I'm very much a happy person because of it. This makes it so much easier to just see going into your gear of like, okay, this coyote mask, oh, it's not used anywhere actually, but like this group of mask is used in this build. Okay, so if I want to move, like, because I quite often go through my game and go like, wait, where do I use a yellow True Patriot? And then, yeah, in that one. Because yeah, that's also still one of the weirder builds and also not recommended. Which is a yellow True Patriot. This one was a waste of time, really. But because yeah, farming it is also very hard. But it was a test piece. It doesn't not work. It doesn't not work. It works, but it's not great. Oh, was it in the? So I just was looking at the Discord and didn't see new patch notes there, but they might have released it somewhere else already. But yeah, the Discord sometimes is a bit late with them. Just making sure that 12 crit, yeah, stayed in it. And yeah, so this is that red EP. I can also actually, well, I haven't made the build picture yet, just bring it up a little bit bigger. And yeah, stat-wise, it kind of lands decently well. I am gonna optimize it now because yeah, I hadn't optimized it yet. Because I was maybe considering still moving some parts around, especially the chest, maybe adding in the chest or removing the chest. But in the end, I don't think I'll use the chest. It gives up too much when you do. Oh, on Trello, okay. Then I'll go have a look in there in a second. But also, yeah, it'll probably come in the Discord as well eventually. But yeah, good to hear that they're fixing on that. I am actually, well, yeah. Division 2. Bring it up here as well. Although yeah, dark mode doesn't work for this, of course. Skill from dark mode. Oh, July 25th. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, cool. Let's make this a little bit bigger so it's readable. Reduced. Wait, reduced the damage dealt? Okay, in solo. I felt like in groups, Nemesis did way too much. Missing Descent project. Okay, yeah, that's what I have basically. Okay. Global directives no longer. Maybe I should read them out loud just for people following along. Also, I can even make it even bigger. Maybe easier to read. So yeah, a bunch of Descent fixes, and solo Nemesis is dealing 10% less, which is weird a little bit. Falling through map issues. Oh, global directives no longer grant bonus XP in Descent, so that's getting pulled. Because there are a few people that had 7 or 8 world directives available to them by having the directives on from previous season and bleeding through. They were earning a lot more from it. So, and yeah, it shouldn't have applied. It's annoying because you will go in and go, I forgot to put directives on. Fix the issue remaining stuck inside corridor between the water tree. Okay, this issues. Those kinds of issues. Pop-up buttons. Boss arena. Oh, I didn't actually even Okay, I didn't actually even know that there was a way to double up on the first boss arena. Hadn't leaked out. Blah blah blah. Oh, yay, companion fix. Hopefully they do it well as well, because yeah, there's it's broken in 2 ways, so I hope they fix both ways. Unbreakable fixes, that's great. Sankram, Ninja, Elmo, and Shocker Punch. That's all 4. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, so that's all the 4 that were completely untargetable. So I need to update that guide, but I'll do it with a lot of pleasure. I'll do that work with a lot of pleasure, because I can go farm some St. Elmo's. Because I want to have basically 4 on each character, and then a 5th one even for rated in my stack. The Grand tab. The Grand tab? Oh, and that's in the mailbox. So that's just Johnson glasses. Oh, they didn't fix the UI bugging out yet. Where when you do a bounty that it doesn't show the completions and stuff. Okay, so they finally fixed that. That has been in the raids for years. The first shutter door staying open if you do a specific thing. So, and for the 4th time, they have removed the to-do gear from the game. Let's see if this time it is actually removed from the game. Take my money emote? I don't even remember which one that is. A side mission fix, which nobody will notice. Some audio things. It doesn't list any general stability fixes, which all of the other ones did, and they were in there. They have actually worked a little bit on them. But yeah, actually, yeah. Thanks for bringing that up, because yeah, that was actually interesting to go through there for a second. As we now know more. But yeah, having those targeted loots fixed is nice. As I'll finish up optimizing this this red EP and adding it in, and then we'll after the homework's done, I get to go play outside. Let me check actually. So backpack still. Oof, those knee pads are gonna hurt. Because I've only done the mask so far, right? But yeah, I'm very much willing to spend a ton of optimization. Oh, that's the chest backpack. Because I have actually farmed quite a bit for even these pieces that are pretty horrible. And because we're pretty close to another 1k milestone, I'm willing to spend some points again, because I usually want to hover around the balance of having 2k on each character as backup. But I could basically spend, I've already spent on one character 500, and I could spend a further 1500 if need be. Oof. This is gonna hurt. Ouch. Ow. Oof. It's like pulling a tooth. And I'll barely have enough. Yeah. That one hurt. That one hurt a lot. But we do have a fully statted now red EP. And actually, stat-wise, it doesn't land too low. It's 58, 137, of course, without any damage stars that recover or so from foxes or anything. So, but of course, still from the weapon. So yeah, stat-wise, it isn't too horrible. Yeah, I'll start bringing it over to its build picture. I need to put that away. And yeah, I very much found that I tried it with a bunch of different specializations. So option-wise, I don't have that chest anymore. I think I destroyed it. It was very low in stats. But I did have a red EP. Actually, I still have it. Actually, I think. Oh, actually, no. I optimized that one. Yeah. Let's put that in as well. I will put in just whatever crit damage one in this one. Because yeah, this one I will hang on to likely. Oh, the chest I destroyed was the different one, of course. So I had a chance and a damage one, and I optimized the damage one in the end. Or I optimized the chance one in the end, and I destroyed the damage one.
Have to.
Mostly because this chance one was really close to being full anyway, and the damage one was... Because yeah, I would much rather have this be damaged because I could always alter it with the mod. But yeah, I want to have this basically shown as one of the options. She should have a Seska piece somewhere. Not in the knee pad slot, of course. How does this end up now? 58, same. And what I'll do as well is Seska Vigilance backpack I should have. Of course, she has Grupo backpacks. I'll leave that for now. I wanted to do also basically chest and vigilance back. Actually, I can. Oh, because I'm not putting any stats next to it, so it doesn't matter where it's coming from. And then I'll put that chest away because I very much don't... The chest, having that extra spread is kind of nice, but it comes at too high of a cost. Like having no chest or backpack talent. Because in this way, actually, it's almost not even that you don't have a backpack talent, because yeah, this backpack talent is super strong, but it's conditional. It's a lot more than vigilance, but has more... Like, it needs things to be status effective. But yeah, you have a good way of doing that. Yeah, so I want to hop on over to a different character real briefly, as I'll also check here for a second. Just for a vigilance backpack, which basically all of them will have. Because yeah, that's the last one I'll add in here, and then homework is done. But yeah, that was at least quite productive.
Safe area entered.
You turn around and walk the streets of disillusion. Forbidden love, forbidden thoughts, you are unable to crave anything that's been put on your table.
There we go. That's basically the options of it. Yeah, I consider that one done, which is nice. And I'll likely actually run both of them Or, well, the BTSU one first and then likely this after. So I'll fix my camera real quick. We've reached past the 2-hour mark where it usually runs out of its first battery. Okay. So yeah, that one's on the build collection now, and the build collection is back to being having no holes in it, which is kind of nice. Because yeah, that was the only full black one. And actually, what I'll show as well, for those maybe interested. So yeah, I'm working on the next video is going to be about named items. And I was working on this today already a little bit. I haven't gotten too far in it. But this was about an hour's work, which was longer than I wanted it to be, very much so. But I did get... But yeah, it's going to be basically this for both weapons and then gear as well. And I might actually split it up into 2 videos. One for weapons, one for gear, because yeah, it's taken quite a bit to get everything together. Because yeah, I don't own all of them, so for some of them I'm sourcing them from others. That can be annoying. But I think it will be useful just to have easy viewing of like what comes from Earth, because for a lot of people still it's a mystery. So yeah, I'll take us over to here. Yeah, I'm free from the prison of the build collection. Although it is a prison I visit willingly, basically. It is a prison of my own design, where I can go be a recluse and hang out. But yeah, I did all of the things that I wanted to get done, so that's really good. We added in a ton of... We basically filled up one whole folder of eclipses. We finished up a folder of eclipse, and we even put in that red EP that I forgot about for the longest of time. So I'm gonna run this... I'll also actually, yeah, so just because I know otherwise parts of the VOD will be muted, I'll drop the music as also, yeah. Most of my music is very mellow and not very conducive to fighting. I don't really... Although I listen to rock and metal, but I have no playlist in rock and metal nowadays.
Thanks for the business.
And yeah, I'll take this BTSU variant. And let's go just matchmake with it. Let's see... Let's remind myself how this plays.
You have received an
Looks like they're coming from the DCD complex.
Yeah, we're at
Whatever's happening over there.
DCD, and we're at the start of it. Some weird set of skills. Although likely that mortar is... because yeah, most red builds don't take a mortar, but also most skill builds don't take a hive. So yeah, this is actually a good mission to start off with. One that I know well, one that also has a lot of places where I can use the hive and then maybe deconstruct it and give my allies. I would love for my allies to kill this guy, so that I can... They didn't come out the door they usually do, which is that middle one mostly. Most of those came from the other 2 doors available to them. Tried to catch that one, didn't. And that's a king of bullets. King of bullet wasting. And I shouldn't disparage the Bullet King that much. It's a decent enough gun. There are worse choices. But there are also better choices. I will take this time to... so we have Umbra.
detected.
See if you can hook Isaac into...
We have whatever the hell this is. On a 4K. Although likely this character of his is very new. No, it's a 1K hour. I don't know. Also, there's a chest down here, which a lot of people forget. You shoot at the block and go get it. You know what? I'll hang on to that covert SRS. I'm trying to get a full collection of sniper rifles as well. I don't think I have a covert SRS yet, so...
Connection.
Because, yeah, I don't keep most sniper
Data
rifles.
stream enabled.
Alright, let's see what we've got. There's an active lab on the north side.
Because, yeah, White Death is basically... White Death and exotics are the ones kept usually. I haven't seen them be inside of here for quite a while.
Looks like the best way to take the lab offline is the decontamination protocol.
That's just a fancy way of saying everything gets sterilized.
Isaac's not detecting the gas needed for the decon process.
Yeah, I'm a little...
Line.
Hit the main fuel line in the basement. That should get it flowing again.
Did he do the thing of buying vendor builds?
Open the fuel line. That should give the decon protocol enough.
Because yeah, that's not even a jumbled mess. That's just actually a non-build.
They're in the basement! Emily, don't be pissed. You're dead beat!
And yeah, they're not shooting at my target, so now I know that I need to put my fire on the most obvious target. Because there I put it on a red, which is an obvious target for me, I feel. But they chose to not kill it, which you know, isn't great. My hive is by one of them. I'll send my fire by the other one. That's most of my pellets. Oh, got heavy. Hope somebody kills that purple LMG or goes after him. Like, guys, come on. Alright, she's supercharged here. Although none of them are really using their skills. Nor should they really, but I'll use my fire. Because yeah, it does affect me of course as well, and my fire becomes a lot stronger from that. Longer duration, longer radius, or bigger radius. And also more burn damage, just to begin with.
The decontamination protocol can be initiated from a panel in the lab above you. Once you pull the trigger and you
Well,
top floor. You
depends on the YouTube,
right in the middle
because there's also a lot of bad information on YouTube. One of the reasons that,
Virus samples.
yeah, some of us got into it basically. It's just trying to get the average up a little bit. Because yeah, basically, if you search for best Division 2 build or something like that, you'll get a lot of videos, but yeah, you won't get the best build. Because first off, the best build doesn't exist, just because there is no best build. And secondly, because also usually they're pretty bad. A lot of people try to find something unique over trying to find something useful. Which is fine in general. For instance, what I'm running now is more towards unique than being useful. But, yeah, you can go too far.
I guess you could call that.
Well, the thing also, so what they really need is Rossi's, especially for like less advanced players, Rossi's written build guides, the ones that are also in the community Discord, because that helps new players a lot more. One of the things that is a concession of my build pictures is they're very much basically designed for people that know everything of or know all the brands and stuff already. Because if you don't know the brands and stuff, for a more advanced player, they can just look at that picture and go, okay, this is an Eclipse build. There's this in it. That's a BTSU. Kind of know what that does, stuff like that. But for newer players, not at all. Like, and that's usually why actually newer players I send them to Rossi's guides and then go like, and here's my recommended build list. You can basically like cross-reference between the two. And that's also something, yeah, that I'm like, it isn't by something that I've like chosen to not fix. It is inherently that way because I'm using in-game pictures. I don't want any text on it if I can avoid it, basically, just to keep it universally language, basically. And they're mostly there just to be shared and to have the stat blocks, because that's usually what normal, if you just take a screenshot, that's what they're missing. You don't know what,
Cats are using blood from an asymptomatic.
because yeah, for most of us, if someone shows us a red build, if you're more advanced, or I should
Weaponizing
say,
green poison.
you kind of go like, okay, if this has to be crit chance, crit damage, I'll just, you know, put as much crit chance on it till I'm close to the cap, and then the rest goes into crit damage. But that isn't the case for instance, that player that had a non-build. But yeah, every little, like all those little bits help. I'm always happy. Quite often I get just a thank you from someone out of the blue, standing around in the White House shared space, or sometimes even through DMs or something, or somebody like I'm answering something else in Discord, and they'll just pipe in of like, hey, your stuff really helped me. I was like, it's always a good feeling. It's yeah, it's one of those. Like, I know it's not wasted time to begin with, but it's good to actually have confirmation that it's getting used. But especially the entirety of the build collection did take
The outcasts.
some time to get together
Carrier, they've got
to the point that
virus to play with.
that it got out there.
Route out is going to take you into the DCD research library.
Hey, while you're in there, do me a favor. Recover everything you can on
Because
Broadway.
it started as something completely different, basically. Well, not completely different, but a lot more lazily put together. Because it was basically just 10 or 12 builds. Not even with the stats on them and stuff. It just grew out to be the monster that it is today. But I'm happy it doesn't require much upkeep. It's basically every season, so I made like a few things change, and I'll add those in. But there's no like continuous upkeep to it. Except the parts that I'm adding in myself nowadays with so that player knows that that laptop is going to do something in a second, but he doesn't understand that we need to kill everything here first. Also, these other two don't either. That's a purple. Let's see how long it takes him to... more... That guy, he stepped in it.
Agent down.
Yeah, that... What was that? Oh, that was a mortar. Trying to not use my hive on this wave because I want to save it for the next wave.
The DCD's data analysis lab is just ahead.
Yeah, I'll let them go hit the button.
Data transfer initiated.
Yeah, good to hear. Yeah, the striker is very much the current meta, I would say. It's the community-driven choice for most players. And yeah, it is very strong and good, so it's well worth running. And this is the reason I stay back here. You can always hold them here, basically. You have a decent enough team. Once everything's dead over there, we'll go back over there. With a little bit of a delay, and then... Just checking if I have loot downstairs. I don't. Because yeah, we now basically have 24 seconds still. That was the last wave, so... we can go loot. I've also completely at this point forgotten that well, he missed that again. Although I did too, but I was using a shotgun. So I have an excuse.
Data transfer completed.
You clear to get out of there. With the lab and samples destroyed, I don't think the outcasts are going to be
Yeah, I completely forgotten about the BTC mechanic. I'll use it here.
Hostiles are moving.
Here they come.
I'll use my hive a little bit. Ooh, sandstorm. Da-da-da-da-da. Division sandstorm. Oh, that's gonna make this shot impossible. I can't see it. I'll put my hive there. So they're spawning. Okay, there we go. I'm close enough now. They're spawning from that window there. I'll let my hive get a few hits out. And then I'll supercharge with it, giving myself as well. Overcharge. Get a fresh fire out. Gotta catch her with a fire. With super long duration and stuff. Fresh hive. Because yeah, that every 2 minutes having a supercharge is actually, well. But yeah, you have to, it is one of those conscious things. And you are giving up a ton of damage actually. Like the vial over a mission is quite a lot, but with the right players alongside, it might be worth it. Like especially if there was a mortar player with me. Like, that could make this a lot stronger. They benefit a lot from being overcharged.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You know what? I'm gonna heal up. I don't have the confidence that they'll kill him by the time the fire runs out. It's also weird for me to use my fire, and I keep getting weirded out by it, because that's usually means that it isn't my fire, is that I don't see the vial. The vial marker next to their fire. I'm curious to see if anyone even did anything. Well, no. And actually, no, I won't. I was gonna say I'm gonna give them a GG and then bug out, but was that a GG? Was that a good game? Let's say just a little bit and grab the next water bottle. The water bottles are actually invisible on stream, too. At least most of the time. I'm gonna hop into one more with this eclipse, just because yeah, halfway through I went into story mode and totally forgot that I am running this.
Invite to
I'll actually look where we're going as well. Jefferson's right. Likely invaded. I don't know if this character has done invasion. We'll find out.
Last radio contact with Isaac came.
Not invaded. 5 directives though.
Isaac has the location.
backup.
That isn't. Oh, and they're using backup. Okay. And yeah, that is the results that you get when you ask for backup. I'm going to leave them. None of them have builds to run this mission with 5 directives. And that's going to be a struggle. And I'm not there for it. They can do it on their own.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Because yeah, they were using call for backups as well. Oh, Pentagon. That's been a while. Which, yeah, that shouldn't be used for heroic matchmaking. Like, that's not what that is for. You can just matchmake, get plenty of people.
Those explosives and take out the drill.
Because, yeah, a lot of the players answering calls for backup are quite bad.
The priority is to take take out that operation.
Plenty of good people as well in there. It's good builds, but a lot of people asking Golf for backups are.
I'll do what I can to support you from here.
We have 5 directives again, and yeah,
Agent needs assistance.
we have that group of player or that group. Yeah, no, not for this mission. Not for the boss fight at the end. Like that's gonna suck with 5 directives. There isn't the ammo box in that final boss in that boss room that is in the server room. That's gonna be hell. Actually, while I'm here, I'll grab that key anyway. Is it? There's a key here. Might as well while I'm here. Yeah, we have to fast travel back to DC before we can match me again. It's weird to see 2 in a row with really bad teams with 5 directives. Like 5 directives and a decent team, I'm okay with it. Less than 5 directives and a meh team, I'm okay with it.
Safe area
The
detected.
2 of them together, with their powers combined, I leave.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Coney Island Ballpark. One thing I'm noticing as well, of course, is that it's adding into the hive, the hive skill haste. The hive gets skill haste from the BTSU for every yellow that you have.
Radio.
So
Intercepted.
the hive is actually less.
Division agents are attempting to breach the perimeter. Well,
Like I'm very much used to the hive having a specific cadence to it. Like I know I can use it like this other room, and then I have to keep it for this room and this room so I can use it on that way. But now, because it's recharging a lot faster,
Okay, Agent.
that's actually less of an issue.
Keeping Chernenko contained inside a chamber by the
Which I also kind of
There's
forgot
no
about
way
it.
to get in undetected,
briefly
but I'll guide you through best I can. To get
readjust my headset because it was getting caught on
don't work
on
on
my
it.
hair.
Done.
Also, yeah, as always, you can hop on over here. And they don't spawn until somebody opens the door, so I can get in position and assault them as they're spawning. So. Don't have any crossbow bolts yet, because yeah, that heavy would receive one if I did. Where's the bus? Down. Actually, I will supercharge here. I was a little bit early, maybe. But that at least lets me get a strong fire on him. And my hive is actually completely resupplied, because, yeah, that's overcharged and the hive is very strong. Full debuff on him. I'm gonna go see where the... Okay. Right across, I'll go grab this hive. Because, yeah, I can intercept this wave, of course, as well. So, 1 St. Elmo.
enemy approaching the coaster from the murals.
Use the mortars, sir.
I'll actually take a second here. Curious to see. So, we have a red build with the Elmo.
Continue to do that.
Double companion, but not well set up with Elmo on a 21k. Okay. With a with a Henry with a yellow in it. Because yeah, those aren't hard to farm. Like with the amounts that they drop.
In order to
Oh, I should actually. One thing that wouldn't surprise me is if there's a hidden fix for the amount of drops. Because yeah, it wasn't in that list, or if it was, I missed it. Of electric dropping quite a lot, of course, currently. Henry and Lavoisier dropping quite a lot. More than they should. And it wouldn't surprise me if there's a hidden fix for those in with that patch as well. And I still need a Henry on my other account, a double red one, so... Later on in the evening, we might go to a few countdowns on that account. Also, that account is basically 5k. It's 6 levels short of being 5k. And, you know, we should maybe do that on stream. I have it immortalized for 7 days before the past broadcasts gets removed. But I'll likely clip it. Hold on to that way. Also, I do have the recordings of all of the old ones still. I am considering putting them maybe on a separate YouTube channel, just so I don't have to save them locally as well. Because I just download the VODs basically, and I'm holding on to them. I'm gonna
Serious trauma detected.
almost die, but not completely. So here, for instance, the thing I'll use my high 4, I'll deconstruct it here, supercharge. That resets, that guy lost his hive a second ago, and now gets a fresh one. So he can go down again if he wants to. And I have a super radius one for catching that wave. Oh, this kind of works. I'm not opposed to it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah. Almost got mortared. That heavy, if he goes for me, he would have killed me. Luckily he didn't. I'll just heal. Even though there's only one enemy.
Blow them to hell. Fire everything we got. Yes, sir.
I guess being this close, you're out of firing range.
He even waited.
Hostiles near
What
the
a surprise.
boardwalk. You'll need to take them out before you can disable the launcher.
And he even came back for the loot. Oh wait, you can jump up there? That I didn't know. Oh, you can. Okay.
Targeting
That's so much faster than going all the way around.
If Isaac can patch me into the firing system, I should be able to control the mortars from here.
connecting to targeting system.
So
As
far,
I'll
so
catch
good.
that wave. Flame rounds here. So
Enemy is attempting to take control
of course I take him.
Kill them, or I swear I'll kill you. Yes, sir.
Port station ready.
Whatever happens, Agent, make sure Isaac completes the process.
That was...
Surprising that
Targeting system.
stuff is dying a little bit slower than I feel it should.
I got control of the mortars. Head toward the big tower.
Curious to see what
You're not that far from
repair
the
skill.
ballpark.
Okay.
There are hostiles up ahead. Agent, I'm gonna try.
My hive is killing that wave anyway, so yeah, it's fine. Because yeah, the repair skill is by choice on that one. Which just for a repair drone? I don't think I would make that choice. Yeah, that's impossible. With the lights, I'll just let them come down and... we'll do it like that.
I'll take out some of their defenses. Dang it! I'm out of mortars. Wish I could have been more help, Agent.
What the fuck is going on? Sir, the enemy breached the gate. Then take care of it. Yes, sir.
Trying to catch something in here. Because I'll double back and get this chest back here.
UGV is inoperable.
Oh, that's a mission. Hoping somebody kills the turrets.
ramp. You can access the ballpark from the
If we're
bleachers.
checking what the fire eclipse video is doing, it's not doing too great, but also it's okay. This one.
Sumner, I'm hearing a lot of fucking ruckus. Are you in control of this shit or not? Whenever you feel like sharing your concerns with me, don't. If you lose
And I'm
Chineko,
hoping tomorrow to
do my job.
get at least the weapon end of that named
You're on Tina.
guide done.
Chineko, fuck.
Because I might, split it up into two, and then I'll discuss the names, like all of the names a little more, like which ones are worth it, which ones aren't. I'll do it like that. Because, wouldn't make more sense to have them both be one video, the gear and the weapon. But I think that would make it too long before I have it done. Because likely Monday is then when I would have it done, and then Tuesday the video would be out. So I'll split it in two and just talk about the names a little bit while going through it. On the weapon end and on the gear end, keeping it one guide still though, just not splitting that up, but just making two videos out of it.
Do not allow the division.
Because I think for a lot of players, like a lot of players knows most of the names, but like to give some opinions on them. Because also I find with a lot of people talking about named gear and stuff, a lot of them to like maybe single out the dark winter. Like a lot of people either go like, yeah, it's the most amazing thing ever, or they'll go, it's the most worst thing ever. And usually it's more the clickbaiters that say it's the best thing ever, and then some of the people that are a little bit more long-term that really deride it. But honestly, it's neither. It's very much a mid-tier weapon. It's decently good. If you have a good one, it is a good option if you have nothing else. If you want to min-max towards its mechanic, it's decent for that. But yeah, it's not. I'm gonna supercharge here. So I have a big one for them. Yeah, that's actually cool because I have a hive again now, even though I just deconstructed it, so that's pretty handy.
This ends now. I'm going in.
Vital signs critical.
Tried to catch most of that wave, but didn't.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, his mini tank is a little bit in the way, but I can go this way.
Sumner,
And we're done.
is Chineko secure?
So I don't feel that I still have a good grasp of trying to overcharge as often as I could.
I've got an extraction.
But also, yeah, that's not uncommon. It's not a layout I use too often, so there's always a little bit of a learning curve to it.
Thank you.
But yeah, I did kind of forget about this one, so
What I've done, what Kinder made me do.
happy to
Thank you.
have been reminded of it and have it be in the collection now, although in a special way.
Okay, we need to get Chineko on that extraction chopper now.
If you're gonna check if this character still needs both conies, because if they do, somebody in the group is asking if you want to do the next coney. I have it done already, but I wouldn't mind doing it with them. They're pretty decently strong. I'll just fast travel to the start of it instead of answering. Because yeah, I do like the conies, especially at night. They look quite good. Am I still on? I think I turned it on at some point, and maybe I have forgotten to turn it off, because this looks a little bit too much as if neutral lighting is on, but it wasn't actually. But yeah, I'll turn on neutral lighting for those that haven't seen it. It very much, yeah, decreases ambient lighting, basically. It removes the haze that is scattering lighting, and very much adds a lot of atmosphere, because yeah, some parts are very dark and just a little bit lit. Yeah, heroic. And especially with this mission at night, I find this is like the poster child for it, because yeah, a lot more ambienty.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Going to push in, put my hive all the way back there, because the wave spawns, the next wave spawns from there, so I'll intercept that.
Some other fucking agent in my way. Understood, man.
I'm already trying to think of where do I do my supercharges. I think I will save it. Yeah, I'll do this one as well.
Retrieve him later. Focus on Keener.
Toss a grenade, toss a grenade,
Trinenko,
and toss a grenade.
Keener is the objective.
And get 2 loot crates for it. Yeah, the new grenade menu makes this so much easier. In the past, you had to go all the way in the menus and get it done. It's too bad that the fire cam can't do it, although I wouldn't waste 3 fire cams for it. I missed both my shots there. I'll make sure that that one doesn't. Yeah, it's still weird to like see my shots land and not see the Val, because that usually to me is the indication that like it's not my fire. But yeah, the shock rounds came in handy there. So try to catch someone over there. Sniper's already killed.
I think I spotted Dolores and a patrol moving toward the
Because yeah, I'll use it in this open area.
Tusker staying behind on the street. Looks like a trap.
But that also means that I could have used it in the first room, because that's likely enough time between the two. I'm gonna go in, but I'm gonna go loot anyway, so... But yeah, especially like stuff like this, with neutral lighting is very, very good looking. Very... I mean, that's also why that. But yeah, it is hard to see. It is hard to see stuff, and that makes it... you know, not always usable. Because our ally has engaged already. I'll try to give him some backup, but yeah, I'm going for loot. I'm going for even more loot. My fire cam landed on either that mini tank, I think. Because yeah, I got an immune marker and nothing caught on fire.
Agent down.
Once he is up, I will actually use my supercharge, because yeah, that'll give him his hive back. I'll use my shock here just to shock some stuff. And maybe spread some stuff. I'll use this on the dogs a little bit. And shock as well. And I'll actually supercharge here.
Malfunctioning.
Ah! I did it just as the thing went...
Activated.
The disrupt went out. Ah, come on. Give me my thing back. Can still maybe get a fire out that's overcharged, yeah. But at the very least, I'd give him his hive back, so he can die again if he needs to. It's quite the sentence, by the way. He can die again if he needs to. As I get a good spread going. I'm hoping they do kill these mini tanks. I'm pushing up to here because I want to catch that heavy with a crossbow. And also get this crate. And yeah, with neutral lighting, these things are impossible to see, basically. But I know where they are, so that helps.
Keep an eye on the outside. Be careful, Agent.
I will grab these flame rounds as well. But yeah, how atmospheric these kind of places look is kind of cool. And it really only affects night because yeah, when the sun is up, there's already a lot of bouncing light. So I'll have supercharge available in a second again. I might actually use it here. Yeah, I will. Making it a lot easier to catch everyone. Rush Hive even goes out.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah, I'll do rat again. Destroying those rats. Actually, I go grab this loot as well. Oh, somebody shot it. It's weird to see. Oh well, he's 21k. He should know, yeah. It's rare to see anybody else knowing some of the rarer loot places, because yeah, he shot that yellow chest, allowing us to get that chest in the back there. I'll see about catching someone, but I only caught my buddy in the back. Yeah, they're all dying anyway. Yeah, he doesn't know about Radigan because he's not shooting at them. And yeah, here I usually rush ahead just because I want to be sure that I get this rat before they get in and touch the laptop. Because if I need to, I'll still get out of the timing zone just so that they don't get pulled, don't get a loading screen. Then likely my next one will be in the boss fight. That's where I can use the next supercharge, because yeah, it's coming fights. Could use it, it's not really necessary. The gangplank fight is also not really necessary.
Hostiles detected.
And then we have the boss fight basically. Well, as you know, we still have the amusement park area. Oops. I'll use one there. Our friend Radigan. Should have used this area as well, actually, considering now for the fire eclipse. There's a continuous fire here as well. Well, for the next one. Actually, well, Eclipse is going to get a build overview video, which it's going to be a new style of video for me, at least. Because, yeah, that's basically going to go through that folder, just give a, as it states, overview of what you can do as builds for Eclipse, or Striker, for instance. I went for the direct impact, but I basically just aimed that very poorly. Still have some shock rounds, I'll use some here. Because I don't get to take them back to DC afterwards. So might as well use them all.
Listen. Spread the fuck out. Cleaners, division, whoever the hell is in our way. Empty a fucking mag in their head.
You're gonna rush up really fast at the start just to go get all the loot, and maybe if they're curious, they'll go like, hey, where's that dude going? And follow me around. Get all the loot as well. Because yeah, even though Fog of War is active, they'll still see the just the beams of loot, hopefully, for them. And that guy doesn't know where. So I'll just point it out. Because yeah, that one is one that people usually don't know. But yeah, that kind of works. Just shooting at them and then just pointing the way. And yeah, here especially, this is one of the places I love with neutral lighting, as is here. Actually, in a minute, I'll turn off neutral lighting and we can have a comparison. That heavy melted away. That's very nice to see that my allies have pretty good damage. Yeah, they always spawn from that door where I put I'll use some crossbows here. One on him. Oh, exotic as well. Oh, sir, please stop firing at us. I could have used the supercharge here, but I forgot. As I was admiring the view.
Northeast of your position. It's riddled with cleaners.
As we got a blue screen. Because yeah, I'll turn it off. Well, that's in the background there. Graphics. I wish there was just like an F key toggle, because yeah, this is how it like normally looks. It's so much more like just blown out. While the other one is so much more like a lot more well lit, I find actually. But yeah, I'll keep it as this because I usually forget to turn off neutral lighting, and then sometimes it is annoying for some stuff, just trying to see in the distance if like there's an enemy there. Trying to catch something. I did now. With my hive there and the fire going, I'm happy to go loot this. Oh, because actually, yeah, let me turn it back on once more.
Dolores Jones.
Because yeah, this area as well looks really.
By now, but you are one tough cookie.
Come out of your little hidey hole, you fucking coward.
Like this is so much more like
Tough I am.
contrasty and just like looks so much better than the other way. But the other way makes more sense for just playing. So,
Goddamn motherfucking
you know,
Agent,
give and take.
I've got eyes on Dolores and the surviving.
Shall keep it on for here in the boss fight. And as always with these boss fight areas, you can just there's no need to not send some stuff in there already. And then when this guy jumps down and they kick this open, they spawn and I ignite.
Alright. Who's up for killing some division?
Oh, I went
I
the
know
wrong way.
I sure as fuck am.
This is actually so much darker to see where everything is. That way should be spawning. I missed. I hit. There's some escapees from it, but oh, that's also fine. And yeah, I'll in a second use supercharge here once they're a little bit out of it. There's a, that I'm on fire with a super fire. Letting me as well deal with this guy. I didn't catch them the way I wanted to, but that's fine as well. My allies did. Yeah. Now I'm waiting for the boss to run through that. And she always does. Now, even in sync refire her. So not needed.
Come in. Fuck. Jones is gone. We failed the mission.
Keener, that son of a bitch.
Yeah, Eclipses can do that kind of stuff, making some of the bosses way easier.
At least we have Trinenko.
Actually, yeah, I should have totally remembered this place for the Fire Eclipse video, but I didn't.
With Trinenko's
But yeah, this lighting is very much
whatever Keener
a lot more contrasty and like.
It's been a pleasure working with you.
I wonder how much of the stream it kind of conveys it, but yeah, it's really, really good looking. But yeah, I'm gonna turn it off again because I'll forget and catch myself out. There's, yeah, like this, it's so much more just washed out, basically. But a lot more playable, easily playable. I'll go with my GGC around. I'll go back to Washington, D.C.
Entering safe area.
A day when nobody comes knocking is a good day.
So yeah, I'm not disliking this thing, so that's a good sign.
Good to see you.
Oh yeah, I was gonna keep that covert SRS, see if I have one. The annoying thing is adding snipers into the mix here as well will very much fill up the rest of the remaining parts of the stash that I have, so. I of course have a pinprick, which is the base, or is the named weapon of the space weapon. I'm okay with that because what I mostly want is to have the accuracy and stability bars of all weapons. And also I don't need them to be just fully maxed out weapons, so I can just go farm some countdowns for it if I need to. So I will deconstruct that one. Except I didn't, I just took it, I took it out of the stash, didn't mark it for. Or I did, and I'm full up on marksman rifle, yeah, alloys. So, just for variety's sake, I'm gonna... Actually, I'll clean up this character briefly, just so it's clean, and then I'll go out with that Red EP, that Red Eclipse protocol. I'll take it actually into a mission. I have done two missions with it, I think. One solo, one in a group. But I haven't taken it into matchmaking yet. And let's see. Let's find out. See what it does. If it kind of can do something. At the very least, it's a mediocre red build. At its very least. Piloted by a decent play. And if I can get a lot of those shocks out, it might actually be pretty useful. There's that. This build is very much one of those. It's for trying to
Safe area
min-max towards one specific mechanic. Not so much a good build, but more trying to get the most out of this build. Can be fun in its challenge of trying to min-max it. But its max is lower than just some of the mids of other builds, of course. Yeah, I am gonna take this into heroic. Just some random matchmaking.
Received an invite.
And hello, TL. Yeah, I remember the question, and yeah, your name seems familiar. So, beat the Nemesis. I don't know why, but I want to go through it because my friends left and I'm going. Help to beat. Do you mean just strategies to do it, or do you just mean actual people to join you? Because yeah, strategy-wise, a lot. It really depends on what you get as your exotic talent, as your talents on their own, what weapon you have. Usually, having something like foam works really well on him, even though that will have him have foam as well. But yeah, that really depends. So, what I quite often, if I'm on a Nemesis run, if I get Plague, if I get the Plague of the Outcasts, elite, exotic talent, I'll usually take that and a sniper rifle and then just use that basically to cheese him a little bit. But actually, most of the talents, most of the exotic talents can make it work. I forgot that I'm not a tech tank. Usually when I have a shield out, I'm a tech tank. Because yeah, that shield melted. And especially here when I don't have my shock rounds yet, it's just a weak red build. Once I have my shock rounds, I can make it spread a little bit. But yeah, there's a lot of really depends on playstyle and tactics. It's basically take it slow, just don't rush into him, especially. And him or her. And try to make use of whatever exotic talent that you have. Try to min-max for it.
What's your status? Just reached
You can always, so one thing you can always usually do is if you matchmake, get the 4-man, usually you get a 4-man out of it. So with 4-man, it is a little bit more difficult, but yeah, it gives you better chances because you're not alone.
Vital signs critical.
You could also, one of the options you have is well, clans of course are always an obvious option. There's a lot of active clans, especially if you go to the official Discord. They're having recruitment messages. There's a clan recruitment channel there, but there's also a LFG channel even there. That you can, they no longer have voice channels there, which is kind of hurts it a little bit, but yeah, you can still try to find people to do a 2-man run or something. I thought everything was dead. This wasn't the case. Oh, rogues.
Agent detected.
The effectiveness of this build is not really conducive to a rogue fight. So I will actually swap to the PFE that this gal has, which is the SMG PFE with a bit too much armor regen, which I really should rework. But this was a test bed build kind of like, will this work? And it kind of does, but nowadays I would choose to do it differently, I think. Because yeah, I haven't actually looked at my allies. I'm gonna just give a brief look. That's a skill build that is trying to... And a hunter street. Okay. They don't push in too far. Like, they shouldn't push into these enemies. Just let them come to us. It's also why I'm sticking back. I'll just let them come to us if they can... yeah, they spawn in the cabin, so they take a while to get here. And us being spread out like this is the worst thing we can do. They'll single us out and kill us one by one. And what this guy is trying to do of just trading with them basically doesn't work. But I'll go make it work. But I can't push into them until I know what their skills are. Because if they put a sniper turret behind me, or this thing behind me, I'm dead. I need to wait a little bit till they're deployed a lot of their skills. There's an assault turret somewhere. I'll push her out in front of my allies.
Incinerator turret detected.
I don't see where the other one went.
Assistance. Rogue artillery turret detected.
I'll go get this ally.
Hostile.
There's an artillery turret somewhere, which is very much hurting us. I'll go heal up. Because yeah, I'm very basically immune to the rogues themselves, but not so much to their skills. So as long as I keep a good sight on their skills, and yeah, I put myself on this side of the rogues, fighting them like this, so that my allies, so I'm not blocking my allies. She's just fully focused on me, and that lets me, that lets us get through it. And then we do it like this, basically, one by one by one. So one of the players has split off, and that's, yeah, that is annoying, because, yeah, they're wasting their time, basically, over there. If I can find that mortar turret, that would be nice. I'll keep pushing her out. And yeah, I can stand in front of two rogues, as long as their skills aren't really active. And what I'll do as well is push in, get them to melee me, so that they their melees don't do as much damage. Right. It would be nice if everybody focused this one, except like with that player. We could have just killed this one and then move on. There's no reason to split damage. But now also they're running like a build that with Optimist and with a bad weapon, so that tells me, oh, the closer, but not the right one. We skipped this chest at the start. I'm not going to go back all the way to the start. So I'm going to go back to what we are testing here.
I see them. I'll follow your lead. Let's give them another 15 meters so they'll be stuck in the open. Copy that.
But yeah, if you're ever in a rogue fight, one of the best things you can do is just pay attention, well, to the enemy as well, of course, but also to your allies. Just if they're fighting, if they're focus firing one, just add your firepower to that. Getting the numbers down makes it go so much faster instead of splitting between two fights. Which just was tactically the mistake that one player was making.
I'm pinned down by the helo. Multiple snipers. My entire
It's invaded, right? Like, which version are we doing? Because yeah, on non-invaded there aren't enemies here, but on invaded there are, of course. I should actually use my shock mechanic, except I very much didn't there. I'm so used to when I have a shield in my hand that I'm a tech tank. Or at least that it's decently strong. Here, of course, I'm mostly using it for its mechanic. So that makes it... I really want to rush in here and boink. Hey, I used the mechanic once. Effectively, although blocking my shots from my allies. But I couldn't run away to the right or something, so... Yeah, I don't want to waste my shock rounds there, because I want to waste my shock rounds there. It's weird to have a team that doesn't push up as fast as usually teams push up here. Usually it's that teams push up way too fast here, instead of what we're having right now. Yeah, the thing is with 4-man scaling, I'm not confident enough to... I'll do it here. Okay, that kind of works. I'm not confident enough to run into enemies and get that shock slap. the shocker punch. The namesake of the build, basically. Onto enemies. Although, of course, I did there with the wave that I knew was spawning. So, that wave... This plays very much. So what they did there is push into me and push me through my shield. And you should never do that whenever a player is running around, because it's very obvious when you're doing it as well on your end. Half of your cam is blocked by me. So to just keep rushing into me is bad form. It's gonna check that I'm not missing any loot. I'm not. As I expected my allies to have killed this guy already, but I'll go do it.
All targets down.
Any word on the contents of those boxes?
Okay. So the bad choice here is the ninja bike, but also this. Like a piece of Seska would just, or a piece of even Sokolov or something would even be better there. Because you're giving up a stat bar as well. Trying to see if everybody goes for the loot. If they do, I will join them. I hope they do, but that player very much looks like he won't. I'll still go. There's a lot of loot on these piers, and it's worth getting. It's weird that or he might have looted this place already. It's good of him to not start firing right away. Because yeah, one of the dangers of going on those piers, if those heavies are pushing up in this way, there's no cover on those piers. It's a death trap at that point. I have some flame rounds, so I'm gonna spread that love around. Because yeah, those flames of course will spread as well. I'll try to chain him on the right. No, I can also still, yeah. So the build itself is decently strong. I mean, it's hitting 450 on a crit, 430 on a crit. Oh, well, also, yeah, if there's status effect, it goes up to 550, of course. Yeah. So, at 850 RPM, so that's decent. I got those chains off pretty easily.
Watch the flanks.
I'll try to use my shock mechanic here, except, of course, he did the one thing I can't deal with, which is, that's dangerous.
It's critical.
As I got sideswiped by that grenade.
Hold on. Whoa, shit.
I'll have shock rounds here, I think. No. But I will here. Because I want to hit. Still didn't have it. I'm up to here now. What is happening? Because I feel nothing else is killing. And that makes sense because, yeah, nothing else is killing. Because for some reason they're busy in the back for like way too long getting each other up. I lost whatever was on my left. And I really need to go take care of that. Because, yeah.
Deploying UAV.
And while this fight can be a little bit of a struggle from time to time, this feels a bit much. I don't know why it became this level of struggle. running into people with shields is like weekend matchmaking is starting early, let's say.
Focus on the mission.
But yeah, that was more of a struggle than it felt it needed to be. As this guy's gonna in a hurry.
What the hell's going on over there?
My sister is down.
Sorry to hear it, but
So I have some
Fuck the mission.
some of this stuff, of course. My special weapon.
Am I understood?
I can kind of use that to get a fire going. And maybe get that to spread. I'll just kill this mini tank, although I say that, but I missed 80% of those shots. That's on me. Oh no. Push her out, hopefully. So one thing I can do in here, this case, is I do have a CC available to me at all times. And yeah. Your weekend matchmaking has started quite early. Because they were just sitting under the fire of this sniper. Like, if I hadn't gone after her, they would have. So that is what happens. When in the last wave as well, they were setting up way too far behind against the sniper. The thing you want to do against the sniper is close the range and deal with her, and not not sit in her optimal range and get destroyed by her. That's not recommended. And that together with shield pushing, which is something that, if you've ever been in a coordinated team, you quite fast learn that, especially if there's comms, that, yeah, you don't do that because it's annoying.
Hey, anybody copy? Anyone?
And yeah, just to show my dissent, I'm just gonna instantly leave, but then the game crashed actually, so the game gave me karma right back. Screen's gonna go black for a second, and I'll load back up real quick. Hey there, fun time. Yeah, somebody was running a sniper turret. Don't remember which one it was, but I don't think it was the one that had skill tiers. Because that would be too handy. No, actually, they likely did have skill tiers because I saw a few of the shots land and it was doing a ton of damage. And sniper turret is a decent skill, but especially nowadays when you have capacitor and you firing yourself and focusing on firing helps a lot. It's better to just have the normal turret. In the past, when there was no capacitor, there wasn't in sync as well. You basically only had Surge. I think Surge was, yeah, from base game. Back then, it kind of made more sense because, yeah, you could get a Surge off and then focus on getting the sniper turret on target. I'm gonna decline here so that it gets. Okay, yeah, no, it was the player with skill. So. Yeah, at least was set up to do it. So. I have considered doing like actually doing masterclass, but then on missions, or just but it really depends. That's the thing, and I would need to do it with coordinated teams. So I would need to pull people in because, yeah, you need to. The ones you need to know are the 4-man versions, like the solo versions, because they differ as well. That's also the thing. They differ between, like, if you're running it solo or in 4-man.
Appreciate the business.
Hey there, Selby. Yeah, that could be an interesting way of doing it. I'm considering doing that, especially. So I'll be doing. But yeah, that's not the heroic version, so that doesn't help that much in that way. But just also for the loot as well. Well, the thing is with a coordinated team, because sometimes it makes sense to have setups. So for instance, I don't know if you saw, I did manning a few times with Eclipse with team members, with uncom team members. And especially there, you can coordinate of like, okay, you guys go over here, I'll catch this wave, and then you guys plant it, I'll go catch this wave. Somebody of you come help me, the other two set up for the next wave, stuff like that. And yeah. But also, I would be curious on doing it. I have considered it, but yeah, also I have. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, those two aren't really set, but 11, and then one of them is going to now become 2 videos. I have 12 videos already planned of order. So, and then also a bunch of ideas that aren't like complete enough for an idea. So, oh yeah, no, I mean, I do look at it as well from like what would be helpful to the community, because yeah, the thing is as well, like if I wanted to go for peak efficiency, is everybody run double companion till they nerf it, and then swap over to being Regulus Hunters Furies with Headhunters. And but that's the thing, like. Okay, I think that was aimed at me, but that person.
I'm really impressed with how well everyone is doing.
I do want to actually whisper at them.
Rising to the occasion. Makes me feel like people really give a shit, you know?
Didn't. Fuck it. Don't care enough. I can do it like this, of course. Can I inspect from here? No, it's with 3. Let's see what they are. As they try to insult me with lol 15k, but only 3k hours. But then that's one of my characters. Oh yeah, well I don't wanna. But yeah, so they have 7k on one character, and they think that is the case with all players. Which I hope they change their consideration in that way. Yeah, I don't want to show all that wrong. Well, actually, you know what? I'll do that, and because yeah, they said that, which probably wasn't that insulting, but also like fuck off. Also, learn to read character sheets, because yeah, if I inspect myself like that, because yeah, he looked at this and he goes like, oh, this is 2.8k. But then yeah, like it adds up with the rest. But yeah, that was way too much time wasted on that. Let's go. I want to go into another mission. Hopefully something a little bit more close rangey. And also, I saw Selby there. I'm not sure if he's online or playing. He's in the summit.
Come on over and take a look. Finest selection in the district.
I mean, who isn't? Is the thing. Hello, I'm IKEA, and I cheated. I'm very sorry. I said I would only eat one cookie, and I ate 2 cookies. And that's how I got this fat. Because I'll hop into just some random matchmaking. It's very much not even. Oh, so yeah, if you're interested in running some stuff, I'm okay for running some stuffs if you want to. It's not so much what shake level they are. It's the big giveaway, the easy giveaway, is SHC level per hour. So if I had, for instance, just 7k, if I had 7k playtime, and then I had like 20 levels per hour, that's not really doable outside of cheating, basically. Because you have to imagine that whatever their average is, all of those hours that I'm like sitting there and doing like build, like for the build collection, or other people as well, just sitting there sorting inventory, all of those hours, for if your average is 20 an hour, then for every hour you're sitting there doing that, you have to have an hour of 40. And while 40 isn't that much, of course, you can't, like, all of those hours raiding or stuff, or like some people do hang out in the DZ. Oh wait, we have an ongoing directive. That's actually an interesting combo, because that bleed I have will spread to everyone, of course. But also everybody else has bleed ammo anyway to begin with, so. But that's also eating up my shock, of course. So that's just weird. But that's at least an interesting interaction. Let's see if this spreads. It didn't. Yeah, that's not having the chest does that, but I kind of like having a little bit more damage, because yeah, the chest doesn't add any damage to our weapon. But yeah, to go back to the SHE thing, yeah, it's very much, I usually pair it with with how many SHE levels per hour, especially if somebody has 300 hours and they're 55k. Yeah, no. When you're going into 80 or above 50, especially above 50 levels an hour, like none of the non-patch things were ever over 50 an hour. But yeah, that's like, even floor 10 was, let's say, 70 an hour, and decently consistently, but yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, for every hour that they're if they're even like sitting around, or they do a raid for an hour and then they go 4 hours of doing floor 10, if back when that was available, they would have to be doing, you know, they would have to be making up for that hour on the raid where you just get 2 levels on the raid. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the top. I mean, you're talking about some of the top players in that. But there is no. I don't believe there is a single active account that is uncheated and has more than 50 per hour. Because yeah, because it's not just 50 per hour just for the hours that you're really farming. It's 50 hour as the average. And that means that all of those hours just sitting around, sitting in chat, sitting, you know, talking to clanmates after a mission, all of those hours that you're like, you have to basically double up for those hours. So for every hour that they're getting that 70 an hour, they have to like their average would be 35 if for that every hour that they're also like sitting, sorting inventory, sorting, making builds, doing all that kind of stuff. So to go back into some of this, yeah, I was indeed not cheating enough because I wasn't banned. Cheat more noob, exactly, basically. And yeah, I do know Stellar, and yeah, for instance, Stellar is very much a player that has the playtime and also has done basically like his is basically close to the cap of what I would think is achievable with the playtime, and then he's basically played even more than me and also constantly farming basically. Yeah, exactly. You know, just wasting your time on little old streamers and not. I'm curious to maybe take this into a countdown. You know what? I will, just because I'm interested to see how it'll do. Because yeah, I can actually shield bash the hunters, of course, and shock them. Although, of course, a Scorpio could do that decently well as well. But also with the big groups, I could like run into them and just shock them.
You are now in a group.
And build-wise, just damage output-wise, it's not the worst. Yeah, this is an interesting toy, basically. It's a variety kind of thing. And if the build is weak, or if the team is weak, I can always drop to a different build.
Communication relay offline.
Agent, outcasts have taken.
Because yeah, one of the things as well for a lot of my playtime is, well, first off as well, it depends on if they also played a lot in year one, because no shade level existed back then. So older accounts that played back then as well. Like likely 1,000 of my hours are in year one.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
And also, I didn't play with directives basically at all. Still, like, we never liked them. I still don't like them that much, but I nowadays do enjoy the challenge a little bit. Wait, is the melee? I don't have to have the shield out for that melee? Is that... Because I shocked him there, but could have also been from a Scorpio, but didn't hear a Scorpio go off. Because yeah, if I can melee them without the shield, that's actually even easier. But then I also don't need the skill. No, I think somebody's... I don't know. I'll figure it out in the next waves. I think maybe some, but also, yeah, that couldn't be the case. I think maybe somebody had Elmo rounds, but not that fast, usually. Laboratory reactor. I'll also tell the team.
Shade tech detected.
Secure the area
As
so we can bring
some of the team was going a little bit far away.
Protect the engineer.
Because there are people that have like farmed a lot. I know other players as well that are like 50k nowadays that have farmed. They enjoy the farming, so they do that a lot. And because I never was that much into farming, so if I really had gone for it, I could have been, you know, in the same SHDs, but also I wouldn't have, because I would have quit. I would have quit long ago if that was the thing I was going after. Because yeah, it does require a specific kind of human, not even player, but just like somebody who enjoys that repetitiveness. And
High-risk target approaching.
And there's also nothing like wrong with that. If you enjoy it, if you had fun doing it, then like who is anybody else to say that you were wrong? They forgot one of the directives.
Area secure.
They forgot the middle directive. I'll go get that in a second. Also, somebody went VIP as well. Just solo went into it. Which... well, they're 121. They don't know what they're doing. Why is the... I was about to just leave, but I won't. Fuck this, though. I'm gonna go get the middle directive because this leads to there. But yeah, weekend matchmaking on full display. Somebody else did get it along the way, at least. That's good. Although they took the long way around. Okay. At least that's not the worst. That's not the worst VIP. But yeah, in this case as well, if we had just gone lab, we could have just... Because this is also further from the final main.
Engineer deceased. An agent needs assistance.
The engineer died, which means that as a failed objective. So you can stick around there and keep fighting the waves, but it's complete waste of time. And that's also what happens when only one person goes after the engineer.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Protocols will result in a full communications shutdown.
That's all catch up here. Oh yeah, shooting range had a bug. I mean, the damage glitch also helped farm way too fast. There's also the damage glitch has a thing that you could basically use it to keep respawning enemies, basically. And that's what people were doing on bosses. Yeah, I don't want to solo go in here, not with this build. This build can't do it. I'll just stand here and wait for the 7 minutes that it's going to take for this to come over here. Well, missions aren't that... I mean, open world XP is better, but they're also not extremely bad. Because, for instance, countdown is so much worse per hour for XP. And yeah, variety is very much that's why so sometimes on stream I've noticed as well, I'm sticking sometimes to a build a lot more than I usually would normally. But then that's also like I'm playing with set people and we're just trying to go fast, basically, and be optimal. But yeah, usually as well, I'm quite okay with just dropping, being like on a good build and just, you know, having fun with people. That wasn't the greatest choice because now I have to go around them.
System malfunctioning.
Take it out.
System reactivated.
What is that? Why system?
This armor is finished.
What's disrupting me, basically? I'll get him up. Yeah, actually I can check here. Oh well, there's also Elmo rounds on there. Still want to check. Does it actually say? I got shocked from the melee attack. So I think I've been doing it wrong the whole time. Because yeah, there the cooldown went without the shield even. Oh yeah, this objective of course has a EMP jammer. Never mind. For a second I was like, wait, is there still a hunter alive somewhere? That is just like outside jamming us.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Because yeah, I've lost all confidence in this team, basically. Completely. And I would say justifiably.
Area secure.
Agent, head to the administration building.
Because yeah, I hope they grab the objectives pretty quickly. Because yeah, otherwise we're still decent on time because it's challenging. If they have done that stuff on heroic, we would run out of time pretty much. That's actually dumb of me that I didn't even check if you need to have the shield out for. I just assumed because it of course requires the shield to be equipped as the skill. I have tried that to not have the shield equipped as a skill, and then meleeing stuff, but just automatically also made the assumption that I need to have the shield out to get the shock out. But I can just melee, and that's so much easier.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
I'll go for the objective right away
It's your
because
favorite job. I need you to search the control room and find the server.
we need to get this done.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to
I
lock
hope they shoot the thing that is shooting me instead of trying to hit the same button that I'm already hitting.
Protocol cancel. Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
I'm not going to leave this circle because I have trust issues and correctly, it seems. You know what? Well, I'm stuck here anyway. Bad striker, hardwired. Oh, that could be dangerous. What level are they? Okay.
Nice job.
Wait.
You're a pro.
What blew me up?
Just need you to find another server.
Just need to get through you guys. I don't even care about you guys. This guy's getting this one. Should have actually checked which one. I saw one getting activated, but I didn't take the time to look. Yeah, I also already found like fighting outcasts. This kind of works as well. Of course, just that fire spreading even more. But yeah, those fires, of course, also spread.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server and you can reboot the system.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
I'll help with the boss. Oh, that's a lot of shit. But yeah, moments like that, that kind of worked. Got the shock to spread. saved a little bit of my team. But the real thing of it comes of like, I could be an Eclipse at that point and just do that, or normal Eclipse and just do that so much easier. Hope he goes back in. He does. Is this one done? Yeah. And they're getting the other two. So I get to go loot because I still have to, yeah. The chest is back there.
System rebooted. Communications restored.
Very scared for the the hunter fight here because yeah, there's also a player. It was a hardwired player who's also at level 11. So those seekers might be doubling back towards us. I'm gonna save my shock rounds as much as I can because I can use those to make the initial part of this fight a little bit easier.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Torres is waiting for your signal.
Coming.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
So we got the big chest and then a bug out. Okay, I almost auto-followed them, but luckily I caught it in the last second.
System curtailed.
There's at least a vanguard in the team as well.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters.
Yeah, here you can jump down here. So much faster.
System restored.
Oh yeah, this fight, of course. This is dangerous because yeah, we have two hunters there. That's two hunters. Oh well, one hunter right now. Good thing I saved some of my shock rounds there. I'll use that to get them out of cover.
Rogue defender drone detected.
My only option is yeah to trade shocks or trade blows. Kind of worked. Although I feel I may have had that might have been a grievous wound.
System back online.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
Shock rounds here.
Rogue Stinger Hive detected.
Oh, nice.
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
Oh, okay, that was from a revive hive at least. Because I don't think. Oh no, he did have a Stinger hive. Okay. Somebody shot it quickly. I'll actually take all of these because yeah, I actually need from some of the named items that I don't have in my stash because I don't keep many of them. A lot of them are not that useful. I need to get the screenshots from them for that named item guide. I'll actually, we have plenty of time. I'll just tell this guy. Attack us. There we go, just the standard explanation of don't put skills in front of hunters. If there's no language barrier there as well, then hopefully in the future they'll be informed to not do that.
We see you. Kilo inbound on your location.
I wasn't paying attention to the timer, but I feel that man may have gone up a little early, but doesn't matter either. I don't have sledgehammer actually. I should once in a while try to get that out. But it's also too much work of just swapping and then getting a grenade out.
Torres is in position.
Also, I think I put the sledgehammer there when I had the flame grenades, and it makes a lot more sense with the flame grenades. Let's get a shot going. Like there, it worked with shocking them, but like, was it needed? No. So, that's kind of the ups and downs of this build. It's interesting, but it's just, wouldn't I rather be fill in favorite build of that moment. I'll briefly go sort this, and I think I had one. I don't keep forges, I don't keep Lavoisier's. I've already done those. Actually, let me briefly check on the picture itself. Because for some of these, I had names pulled from a video and they look horrible and compressed. So safety distance and commandos coming up with the marksman rifle. So, but what I'll actually briefly do, and this will take a second. My apologies for that. Yeah, I should. Yeah, let me grab a red build again. Where's safety distance? There it is. I need the black void. As I'm briefly just doing some little bit of work for. Actually, I could probably show it again. Does that work? That works. Just pasting those in as I had. For the safety distance, I've taken it from a video and it looks very like blurry. The name alone. Because for the weapon itself, I actually, because I think Tabula Rasa is the same as well. There we go. For the weapons, because I have all the base weapons, so I just put the normal talent on there, and no one's gonna know the difference because the right name is above it. So, but I believe, well, commando is sniper rifle, so that's coming up still. So I'll hang on to that. But I'm just fixing the name one. So Emmeline, I definitely had. I feel there was one more item, but I'm not seeing it here. Or maybe it was gear. That could explain it as well. Let's go see. Because I didn't favorite it. Oh yeah, it was Forge and Lavoisier.
Thanks for making a deal.
Those will go in my stash for when I reach the gear parts. Because yeah, those having the item turns out that it saves a lot of time. Because I went after it with trying to cut it out of videos. But it turns out that very few people that make videos use the grid view, which, you know, is what that is based on. So, or they'll equip it and not have it be modded or have mods in it, or, you know, because why would you when you're making a video about what? As I'll go take this back to the big screen. But yeah, those are for in the future. So swap back here. Yeah, the phlegm grenade, the Nox grenade. Yeah, the inventory management is always a whole thing. the one solution I found that really works is to get to the point where all of your build slots are filled up, so you can't make more builds and you don't keep on too much. May take a while. Solving it in the most, horrendous way possible. Wait, so I did put the forge in here, right? Because yeah, stuff like forge, stuff like Lavoisier, I don't really hang on to usually. But I'll hang on to them now because they'll save me some time. And let's see actually, so here we have someone that is of decent high level. And they're basically, yeah, so they farmed quite a lot. But yeah, they do have the playtime to match their level. Since they're that close to, actually, I can't catch it anymore, but, oh well, there. Or let's grab this 20k in this case. So there are basically 4 levels an hour, or a little bit more than that. Or a little bit less than that. And that's quite doable. That's a normal values. Yeah, just the brands you're not going to use, just act like you've never picked them up. That's how I do it. Like, if it's not going to see use, you might as well just toss it. And yeah, what I keep on is more on, for instance, alteration for builds. So some pieces are in here for changing a build from one to another. So for instance, I was going to say that Eclipse mask, but that's still on that character, so I should get them off. Or stuff like this, where it's for explosive builds if I want to alter them in some way. But most of the time, it's more about how long does it take to refarm this. So for instance, a sacrifice with skills damage status effect likely won't go into any build because I'll be doing the sacrifice explosive build on the other account. But this would take a lot of time to refarm, so I'm not going to toss it. Same for this golden chest that no longer, of course, is the glass chest for that one build. But this took a lot of time to farm. I'm not tossing it for now. At least pretty soon, if they do delete the to-do items, I'll lose a few of those to-do items. Because yeah, they were actually kind of cool for a little bit for. Because when you equip them, it takes away the chest slot basically. So it's not visible on this character because they have a chest that already obscures the. Also, you know what? Seeing as I did the apparel event, just for a few runs here, I'll just put one of these on them. Not that one. It's actually pretty silly looking. Let's grab a. That one's not bad looking. Did I also actually apply chest and backpack mods? No. Good. Because yeah, I can always... how they actually usually look for me is saved. Just to show that, as well as some people will be new and haven't seen it before. But yeah, you have loadouts as well for your clothes. So you can have different setups at the ready, and yeah, the normal gear is all as well saved. But you know what? I'll run this for for a little bit. Let's show off the apparels. Because I kind of like the gloves. I don't mind the shirt. That hat is silly, and the mask is a bit much with that eyepiece, but. I destroyed all of these, I hope. Let's double check. There's a safety distance and something else. That's it. Let's go do some stuff. You know what? I'll grab a pesty build. I haven't run Pestilence in a while, and this build is set up to maximize basically both ends of the Pestilence, its own damage and its. Let's go do a heroic mission.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Yeah, Pestilence kind of works. It's not the greatest, it's not the worst.
I guess now
5 directives. It depends on their builds if I stay around.
compound.
Because I don't want to deal with ammo hoarders with this build. So I would likely swap to being an Eclipse, but also I would very much like to be a 2-skill Eclipse and not a 1. I loaded in, so I didn't have my health kit yet, which is one of the things that I always forget. I just go and play as if I have a health kit. Because there I was expecting to just take the hits and then go down, or to hit my health kit, but instead I went down.
Find a way to block off access to the tunnels. Or
Here, yeah, it really depends on my allies.
also keep Conley from using
That's not a setup. Wait, why the DNH? Just, okay. That's also not really a good setup. And that is Buzzword Bullet King.
You sabotage whatever
I don't want to deal with 5 directors. I wish them the best. I'll go find new friends. At least not with a pestilence.
I like the way you think.
You're growing on me too, Kelso.
So we'll have another go at it. They're in East Mall, so Capital, Air and Space, or American History, if they are matchmaking for that zone.
You are now in a group.
Capital.
Control point nearby.
I see mortars on the roof, and you've got a lot of hostiles ahead. But it looks like the smoke's working.
With that fight as well, it's actually very useful if they don't push up too far and trigger it right away, but they do.
Get back to briefcase President
But yeah, they all push out in one go. Although actually, I think he waited for the other. No.
A lot depends on getting.
Where is he going? Just, he just didn't stop. He just kept going. There's the foamers I was expecting. Again, trying to break free. That's an interesting place to go set up. Mostly because if the boss... Okay, we got lucky and the boss spawned on this side, but if the boss spawned on that side and went up, which he usually does, you're not surviving. Unless you're some, way too blue build. Okay, they left me with the boss. That's nice of them. Although the 4th player is in as well. Surprised the boss hasn't. But also from there, so they don't have a shot here, but they don't want to move. So they just stayed up there and were useless. And yeah, this isn't the build that could stay up there if the boss came after them. Neither is this, really. I won't comment. They are quite... Why do people do this on heroic? Like just... You know what? Sure. Go get set up. With your turret and... Oh no, actually. Yes. I'll let him get all the way up.
More hostiles headed to you.
And yeah, if you're wondering, so yeah, you can jump up there where he did, and you can go through the gate before it. Same way, kind of like we did in Coney, going over the gate. So you can go get set up. It's very useful on Legendary. On Heroic, like just not as much. Yeah, that's a heavy, likely. Yeah, so here, the Pesty on it's hitting for 1.2 million, which isn't the highest Pestilence sticks. You can get way higher, quite easily. But what this build does have is it's not giving up its damage on hit with the Pestilence itself. So a lot of people go, for instance, Sires, or even going Fox's Prayer in here. You can do that, but you're giving up some of the crit chance. You're getting the tick higher, but you're giving up the weapon's own potential. Which is something I feel a lot of people do wrong with the Pestilence. Like, you have to keep the weapon effective as well, and then you can have the tick on top of it. I never understand why people do that. Just wastes.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Sir, proximity charges just detonated.
Also, the reason I went past him is I know when we get up here, we'll respawn him here. Which is a lot faster, of course.
Electronic signature detected.
It's the RFID code we're looking for. The briefcase must be closed. Copy that, Kelso?
Loud and clear. Standing by.
System restored.
Yeah, this Pestilence build isn't on the list of build showcases yet, but I feel eventually I'll do one. I mean, eventually all builds will have a showcase.
Once you acquire the briefcase, head to the roof of the rotunda and wait for the helicopter.
It's more likely that eventually I'll run out of builds available to me.
Need to be clear before the helos can approach.
Because yeah, once you have a few good high bestie stacks going around and just getting spread, especially in a room like this where they hang around for quite a while, because the next wave will spawn before the previous wave is completely dead. And in those cases, yeah, and especially also this room is small, so I have a full stack sticking around, and then so I'll try to make even secondary stacks and stuff. And that's kind of the fun with Bestie, why I kind of like Bestie. You can get more out of a Pestilence by playing it well.
Do what you can do to delay them.
Sir, yes, sir. We're on it.
Like there, towards the end, I had a full stack on an Elite, and then I was building up even a second stack on something else. Yeah. And when you do that, you can kind of compete against other weapons. Although, of course, against other glass reds in the back. This doesn't compete with the strikers, of course, at all. Because strikers. Yeah, for instance, there I did lose my stacks between waves. It's because this wave didn't start until that wave was, well, actually, until we triggered them by being close enough, but we weren't, so they weren't. But here, so the pesty stacks are going around still. I'm just hurting stuff, even though I wasn't in range yet to actually fight them. So you have moments like those. I don't think we should be going up, but if multiple people do go up, I'll follow them. Okay, setting up down here, which is the right play for this team. So I have a mostly full stack on that end. The one thing with full stacks is I'll go out of my way to get a shot on them if it's already starting to time out somewhat. If it times out, that is also, of course, a way that... But yeah, so it's already hitting that wave as well. There it's on a heavy. Although, of course, on a heavy it's not as useful as it would be on just a normal enemy. But it'll eat through him a little bit. Because yeah, it's applying to all its pieces. I should put him in foam, I'll shoot him out of it. Oh yeah, also a simple thing that a lot of people don't know is, yeah, if you have allies that are in foam, you can actually, if you shoot them, or shoot the foam, you'll shoot them out of the foam. So you can kind of help your allies get out of it. It's quite easy. Should have... I got them with the foam grenade, but I should have also made use of that. Actually, I'm considering now, of course, the final room, the pesty, can actually maybe be useful there by traveling around. Although, of course, if I was a fire eclipse, like, that's the thing always with this. Like, if I was a fire eclipse here, this would be so much easier. But just for variety's sake, just something different.
Send up a flare to signal us.
Caviar every day becomes stale after a while. And hello to you there, Sylvace. Welcome again. Trying to think if this character had the Oxy, but I don't think they do. Although I think, you know what? I will actually for the last room. I'll go become an Eclipse, because I kind of want to show one thing that I don't know if like maybe a lot of people I feel don't know. But yeah, moments like this where I have multiple stacks going, so I'm burning down on the boss anyway, even not shooting on her, just because there's a stack on her. Then I'm building up secondary stacks on enemies. And when you do that, it starts to make sense somewhat DPS wise. The only annoying thing is, of course, the full ones. So how they merge isn't, if there's a full one, it won't go on top of that one. But basically, those extra stacks I make, if the closest thing to them when they die is the other wave, then the wave that already has full pesty stacks, basically, it'll just go wasted on them. Go be wasted on them. But yeah, I think I will go Eclipse for this final room, because yeah, I want to show something that I don't know if everybody knows. I mean, which is just a cheesy version of dealing with here. Her Eclipse, of course, is this one, which, as you may notice, is not an Eclipse.
Copy that.
But is a DZ bully build, basically. But I have all the Eclipse part in it. And it has the skills equipped of an Eclipse. And weapon loadout. And that glove slot is specifically of course. Because yeah, you can capture all these enemies inside of their spawn, basically.
Okay, I have eyes on you.
Which is kind of also something of a dick move in a matchmate group, but because someone has to go sit in the zone to trigger it, to keep it triggered, basically, to have the timer go up. But I kind of want to show, how you can do that. And also here, even before they opened it, I could have actually sent a fire cam that way. I don't want to use too many fire cams here, but yeah, that spread should go. I'm just going to show intent. Let's see if anybody else of them follows me. I already showed intent, actually. They should have seen me toss my hive into here. So one of the places you can do through is you can catch them out here, which is what most people do. But actually, there's also a hole through here. So actually, yeah, somebody's with me as well. So when they spawn in, that goes into there, catches everyone. The only thing that's going to escape is heavies. Because once the flame has run its course, I'll send up a new one. My hive is by the door as well. I'll try to get one new one going. I'll even try to get an in-sync flame going, just to refire them even. Yeah, this very much is the easy mode. And what you can do with a dedicated team is, if you have a dedicated team and you're running here, if somebody else is an Oxy, pairing an Eclipse and an Oxy here can, the Eclipse keeps them in the spot, basically. Although we've had some escapees here, which is rare to happen. Trying to see what they are. But I think they're also not a red build. they went something. Okay, they went to a skill build, a status effect build, but not an eclipse. And they're trying to hold them here with that, which isn't going to be able to. Like, I'm sorry, dude. I'm already keeping them all here. He would have been much more useful as a red build to me. I don't want to use too many charges. And this is likely their last wave anyway. But yeah, the only thing I really need is somebody to kill the heavies. And he's not that. Neither is he really. Him being here could be useful. But yeah, I used way too many charges because I had to, because I was the only one killing, really. So this next wave may be a little bit annoying. But hopefully, so what doesn't need to happen is 2 people to be in that circle. 1 person is more than enough. I'll actually catch this first wave with some flame grenades. Just also so he can get some hits in, because trying to catch if he's overwriting my fire, but he's not. He should be able to with a flame turret, I think, I feel. But apparently... I'm just waiting for it to go out on a lot of people there so I can put a fresh one. Because yeah, I have to be conservative with my charges. I'm running low. But yeah, when the next wave spawned... Gonna send out a fresh one out there. Getting Lavoisier.
Another launch.
Wait, I can't overwrite his fire. Ah, okay. That's interesting, actually. I'll set him on fire. As one tried to escape. Yeah, those 2 don't need to both be in there. I'm out of charges. That's interesting. He's not overwriting my fire, but I'm also not overwriting his fire. So we're like really close to each other on the flame damage. I don't have any crossbow bolts, so I can't really help with that. And yeah, trying to trying to kill it, yeah. That's about what was... Dude, don't ping right away. Come on. Like, I'm here. I saw you go down. I wish I could go out of combat and swap builds because... Oh my god. 2 red pieces and an AR. So like...
No further contact.
Like that.
Area secure. Copy that.
This is truly wicked matchmaking. Oh yeah, of course, the build is not saved as Eclipse.
The cargo hook is on its way down. Stand by to attach the briefcase. We have the briefcase. Taking fire. We're out of here.
So the boss spawns up there. I'm just gonna let him escape. I'm gonna deal with these guys. And mostly because I don't want to catch him back here because they're all the way over there. There's no use to it for me to catch him all the way down here because like there's nothing to kill him. I'm not gonna kill him with my fire. So might as well try to be useful. Yeah, would be nice if more than just a turret tried to kill him. Because yeah, we're gonna just get 2 waves here. So this is the last like small thing alive, and then this heavy, and then the boss. And it would be nice if I had teammates. What is that? That's a skill build shooting at him. Let's see about catching him.
Briefcase is secure.
I'm gonna go grab all the loot and then kill myself and hang out on the ground for quite a while till they get the mission complete.
That fucker was the one.
Because these guys made the easy mode of doing this into a hard mode, I think. Which is some exceptional dedication to poor play. I'll grab all this loot. Boink. Somebody else make the run.
Agent out of action.
Don't res me.
Agent killed.
Don't res me. Literally the only thing that's gonna happen is the second I'm resed and I'm up is
Serious trauma.
go get the mission complete.
Agent down. Agent killed.
Okay, somebody's going.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action. Agent killed.
Okay. Yeah, you get reset and then I'll leave.
You have left the...
That way you know the exact second that the mission is complete. Because yeah, that was frustrating.
Safe area.
Come on, guys. I'm not sure I have a 5 healing there. Yeah, we did get at least an exotic component out of it. So, yay. There's at least that. And we got through it. Fine. Actually, even... Let's see. Oh, there was a project as well, actually. Oh, well, that was likely the daily season pass thing. But yeah, 20 minutes for that mission is a little bit long. But yeah, we did get to see a little bit of the pesty build. This will likely eventually also be a build showcase, just because it's an interesting build. It works. It works well enough. And it has its own mechanic, which kind of is fun to play. Looking through her builds a little bit, seeing if there's anything I want to run. You know what? We have this double companion Hunter's Fury with shotties. I'm gonna matchmake one with this. Let's get a feeling for seeing as companion is going to leave us in,
You have received
or well, maybe they've done fixes that weren't fixes before. But seeing as it's going to leave us next Tuesday with the patch, as per patch notes. Let's have a run with it. Although Hunter's Fury is very much not a group matchmaking build, really. But this build is pretty close range.
We need to shut it down.
And I'm curious to see, once the fix is in, how this build will feel. Because I think double companion, like not even broken in the non-broken way, will. Oh yeah, and of course I need my drone as my companion. Will actually kind of work, especially for shotguns, because yeah, shotgun Hunter's Fury really didn't have good talents available for it. You could go the unbreakable route, of course, with the badge tough piece being the named one. But yeah, it never really. That also, yeah, giving up a damage talent is.
See if you can hook eyes.
This is very costly.
Get us some intel.
We did this mission earlier. I don't remember what character, so not this one, seeing as this isn't looted anymore. Well, this stairs up, but actually I'll just Because they're all up there. By the time I get up there, everything's going to be dead. Once they hit that button, I can open this door, go get the key chest, and then... They do have to hit the button, though. Thank you.
DCD data stream enabled.
Alright, let's see what we've got.
And that took so long on their part that I do feel bad that I didn't go up there, but also they shouldn't have taken that long, basically.
Looks like the best way to take the lab offline is the decontamination protocol.
That's just a fancy way of saying everything gets sterilized.
Isaac's not detecting the gas needed for the decom process. They must have disabled the line.
Hit the main fuel line in the basement. That should get it flowing again.
Open the fuel line. That should give the
I'm gonna
decom
take a
protocol enough gas to
right
run.
side here, so I'm ready for the second wave. As the camera leaves us, but I'll fix that in a second after this fire. Oh. Oh. Double huggers. That took out my drone as well, of course, so I'm left without my companion. Yeah, when it's outside of its optimal range, like it is now, feels really weak. But then, like... Like there it felt decently strong. I shouldn't have blown up that weak point. And we have a lot of escapees from the other side, but I'll go chase them. I am striker, or I am firewall, so I should actually use my striker shield. It's also nice that it's not actually range limited, because yeah, this could also work for SMG version, of course. Also, with Hunter's Fury, I mean, one of your big buffs is close range, so you don't wanna waste that by not being close range.
The decontamination protocol.
I'll recycle my drone, because likely we can skip the next room.
Top floor. You can't miss it. It's right in the middle of the lab.
That depends. Let's see what... Because yeah, I won't be ready for this room. Though, yeah, no. Someone's coming with me. Okay, yeah, they don't know. But it did take so long that my drone's available. I'm not going to deploy it because I'm afraid of getting hugged by... Okay, there was no hugger actually. So that fear was unfounded. Yeah, without companions up, this actually feels very weak because it makes sense. It's basically without the chest and backpack talent, and then the second. Well, now of course it's either double or even maybe double. It's either 50 or 7. Right, there it goes.
I guess you could call that clean.
That place, if you go too close to the door, you're outside of the boundary. Yeah. Is annoying.
You should be able to access the morgue at the far end of the West Wing construction site.
There's also Hunter's Fury isn't really a mission runner, at least not in groups usually. You're competing too much with other people for kills, and it has an unkill. It has some of its stuff tied to unkills. But, I mean, you can make any build really work. For instance, purple builds, as some idiot does. I won't say his name because
Spread out and search for
he'll punch me.
anywhere. Shoot the drone!
Gonna go set up for this wave.
Immediate medical
No,
assistance needed.
that did take my drone. There are moments like this where you can door camp. I mean, like any build could. Actually, no. With Hunter having the disorient there,
The outcasts are using blood
that
from an
helped a lot there.
asymptomatic carrier. Someone who's infected but doesn't show symptoms. If I'm right, they're weaponizing green poison and turning it loose on the city.
Actually, doesn't feel too
Anything
wrong.
might be
That helps.
contaminated.
As we get a little bit of a choppiness with lag, it seemed there. I'm actually curious to see what these allies are. The two-piece Fenris is weird, and the Manic was weird. That's just weird. Two-piece Grupo. Or what? Well, I mean, that health roll down also. Yeah. I really want to be ready for those guys. I'm surprised he missed me. I was expecting there to be hit.
Emmeline's the head of the outcasts. If she's an asymptomatic carrier, they've got an endless supply of the virus to play with.
Agent, your route out is going to take you into the DCD research library.
Hey, while you're in there, do me a favor. Recover everything you can on broad-spectrum antivirals.
Let's see one of my... Oh yeah, I didn't fix the cam at any point. Might actually do that. Because yeah, I'll catch up to them in a second. Yeah, 3 decent enough builds is like on them at least. And like between the 3 of them, there's one red build in there, and that's enough. As that comes back there. Because here, for instance, is one place where the right thing feelings-wise is just to jump down to be better in range, because I'm not. But also then I would be out of position for this wave, so I'll just be out of position for that wave, and then as we get a little bit of lag spike as stuff suddenly spawns in. I'm gonna push in just so they're in range, and me going for ADS there was like 2 seconds after I pressed the button, so that was weird. And likely, yeah, that was the cause. Somebody was crashing out and causing instability. I'm gonna run back already because yeah, I want to be over here. I don't want to. Yeah, this is pretty choppy. Yeah, I want to catch all this. Oh, they took my drone again, of course. The bastards. They took my face as well. Ooh, I don't have a hive net, of course.
Agent down.
I would have liked some support there, but... Hoping they... no.
Agent vital signs, 0.
He's about to get hugged from behind if they kill them. If he kills them. This isn't gonna end well for him. Or me. I'm about to be cremated, most likely. Oh no. Well, he got some of it. Yeah, seeing as we have some time, I'm gonna jump down and get that loot as well. Yeah, the game feels a little choppy. I'm not sure that shows up in the stream, but like there's moments of like little alterations basically, which is usually tied to lag.
Data transfer completed.
You're clear to get out of there. With the lab and samples destroyed, I don't think the outcasts are going to be able to do much.
Here I'm gonna just beeline it for the boss. I'll just go kill the boss basically.
Hostiles are moving to your position. Suggested.
Here they come. Be careful.
That's also the downside with companion is yeah, you do give up your hive, especially with a with a short range build like this. That's a little bit dangerous, as I showed there. That should disorient the rusher, hopefully, but I'll kill that thing in case somebody needs it for the...
Agent has reconnected.
I was hoping to not take that damage, and I did.
Agent in.
I was hoping they would hit the rushers a little bit, but they didn't. I shouldn't have had that expectation. They haven't shown that they hit any weak points. But now we get to inspect or see how they're playing, which also sometimes is interesting. I see. That was what I expected to have happened there. Yeah, this ally as well. He should have been able to see that the enemy. That is not the fire rate of that weapon.
We've let them get too close.
It's just this final wave. They should have just cleared that. Much easier. But they got me up instead. Oh, these guys have fire. That's dangerous. So that's he most likely. And yeah, 2 hugs took us out. But yeah, that's also the dangers of playing too aggressively sometimes. And hello to you there as well, Fluffy Nux. Yeah, just messing a bit about with some of the builds I don't run as often. As that has been a little bit of the theme of today. As I'll leave this guy behind and let's have a look what else this gal can provide us with.
Safe area detected.
But yeah, I think this double companion, I really want to play it once it's like the level it should be. I think it will still be fine. And then it will be actually decent enough for a Scorpio Hunter's Fury. But yeah, we played around with this EP. So this is a SMG build based around just maximizing out the crit damage. But as an actual build, it is the most horrible choices that you can make. Just stacking all the way towards crit damage, which just means that you're diminishing each point further. This is basically the cautionary tale of what not to do, because even just putting a Fox's Prayer in here will infinitely increase its output while dropping its crit damage a little bit. But you know what? I'll run this one, but I will do it with the Fox's Prayer, which is the right way of running it. Because also this other piece actually has a weapon handling roll, because yeah, you run out of places to put crit chance, especially with the SMG. Because even here, the weapons rolls are crit damage. And that's also actually why I'll swap to having a Vector as the main weapon, because the Vector gets to have that crit damage roll here. And I've set it up with Gunner. I don't really know why. I would much rather be firewall with this and also have that firewall under barrel mod. So I will go do that. I will go grab firewall, and we'll just run this thing. It's a bad way of doing SMGs basically, because Hunter's Fury is just so much. It has more damage than Hunter's Fury, but it's Hunter's Fury has that health on kill, has that stacking damage buff for kills as well. Although hard to maintain without the chest usually. Has that disorient on kill and stuff like that. All things that very much benefit it. Because the one thing that the 45 Vector and some of the MP5s and stuff can take is this 10 crit damage that on the from firewall, and that is the only crit damage mod that kind of makes sense. The other ones very much don't. So I do have crit damage mods here, but that's because otherwise I would go way over crit chance. Because yeah, on the gear pieces, because here I could put weapon handling next to crit damage, but that also like I'd rather try to bump. The idea of this build was to bump up the crit damage to as high as possible. Which is just a bad choice, which I knew going into it. It's a bad choice made with intent.
Receive.
Favorite SMG, I would say Fast Hands MPX. It is because especially in the reloads is where you're most likely to die otherwise.
So start by disabling any operational.
And MPX is one of the ones that benefits most from. It is already a really good burst and sustain weapon, and then on top of that, it also has. If you then put fast hands on it, you're basically reducing its biggest deficiency, which is its reload speed. But Dark Winter kind of works. Lady Death, I wouldn't recommend in PvE outside of solo, or maybe especially open world. Kind of works because you can run between waves. But especially if you're fighting multiples in a row, it can go back bad quickly. And yeah, Dark Winter is decent. It's I consider it like a B tier weapon, which is still good. I mean, it's not F tier, but that talent, especially solo, can work, but in groups, kind of falls apart again because you're competing on the kills. So a lot of options. But yeah, MPX and Banshee are both the CMMG Banshee are both actually really good SMGs. Chatterbox as well is actually pretty good if you play it towards its mechanic, but you then have to like play it towards its mechanic. My shield should actually be a striker shield, the firewall shield, and I should fix that in a little bit because we get flanked on the right. But yeah, the kill potential of this build is actually pretty decent. Because we also have a true patriot there with us. They spawned upstairs, likely. Yeah. Because they hadn't spawned from that door, so that doesn't leave many places. The downside is, so also from Hunter's Fury, if I was Hunter's Fury there, I would of course see the marks on people and know where they're coming from. So that's actually not a thing that a lot of people talk about with Hunter's Fury, but yeah, very important. I'm trying to break that weak point, but it's already broken, turns out. As we get grenade launcher rounds on a heavy, which still a bad idea. I'll inspect my allies.
And into the mall.
Two-piece Fenris is weird. Oh yeah, this is the same guy. Okay, with the Manic as well, which is also a little bit weird. Striker with a ninja and that. We'll just call it that. He's helping. He's trying to help.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Get the munitions. We gotta secure the organ.
Yeah, exactly. It's learning to play the chatterbox mechanic is very much. It's very easy to overextend because that's what it wants you to do, of course, to overextend and be in between as many enemies as you can be. But yeah, that's also a little bit dangerous. But yeah, also just a normal vector as I have here. So I have a fast hands vector. I kind of like those as well. Because yeah, the vectors, all of them actually, are pretty good on their burst output. They just have very low damage per mag. I'm gonna go for this loot because I always forget this otherwise. And then take this route and kill this stuff. But the thing with the vectors usually is you're very unlikely to kill within that first mag. I'm just gonna artillery this guy. Push him out. That's actually, well, my allies are fighting for their lives. I'll take a striker shield, even though I won't even take the time to, because yeah, I need to put the mods on it as well, of course. And that's actually weird that I've saved it with Gunner. I wonder why I did that. I think that maybe because I don't have SMGs available on Firewall for this character, I think, maybe. I can check in a second. Because yeah, that's still also sometimes a consideration of can I get the correct weapon choices on the specialization. I'll take a second here to put these damage bonus ones in. Because yeah, those help a lot. 5% more. And yeah, also, yeah, as you say, the Fury utility is that's the reason why we don't really do SMG builds outside of Hunter's Fury. Like, Hunter's Fury really fits so well, gives so many nice things. That a build like this, a high-end SMG build, just doesn't make sense that much. So I feel that of those grenades, only one of them hit something, and the rest of them only provided screen shake that made it really hard to aim.
An elevator that should take you to the mall. Wilson is still.
Because yeah, one thing I have been considering for SMG build, but it's also again just a silly build. They spawn under here as well, so I'll go after these guys. I was enough here, thank you. So here, for instance, the thing is I don't want to go put myself in between all these people. Because also I want to be in range for when the next wave spawns on this door. Because this is the door where wipes happen from. Because now it's just one engineer, but quite often I'm going to go down. But I have a hive.
Agent down.
Sometimes you have a big wave spawning here. They'll go up the stairs here and just murder everybody upstairs. And it's the wave that like nobody pays attention to, and a lot of people don't know that like it happens even. Yeah. Oh, that killed me. Okay. I'll grab some shock rounds here. My secondary. But yeah, one of the options that I think might kind of work is to have, so here I'm of course still stacking crit chance and stuff on these pieces, but I could actually of course swap these to be on the weapon, let those be crit chances, and then have headshot alongside of it. I have a ton of headshot, which is of course additive to the crit damage, so it's also not a great option, but it could at least... I'll wait for my allies.
What the hell? These readings are
Oh,
insane.
that was nice of them.
Have a lab nearby for
I'll wait
weaponizing
there.
this shit. Make sure you put it out of
Because
operation.
yeah, the trigger point is around here somewhere.
They're using a shield.
Well, that's the armor.
What's your flank?
Move it.
Because yeah, I feel, especially the ranges I usually fight SMGs at, headshots aren't that hard usually. And also the SMGs themselves are. And here as well, I'll just go in here and just blind fire. Which is a lot safer than actually firing, of course.
Serious trauma detected. Agent.
I was hoping for a few more shots towards the right side there. Wow. I'm gonna slow down a lot because apparently I don't have teammates. Because also nobody was firing at that right wave. Like everybody went after the same targets I did, which is the opposite of what you want to do. If somebody is attacking something already, we'll leave that to them and then shoot everything else that you finish. So I'm gonna slow it down by quite a lot and just play it safe until my hive is back because I don't have teammates. The one thing as well that this way build kinda has, which I'm not making use of here, because I could do that with the MPX. The MPX has an optimal range up to 23 meters. And so this one can be an SMG that kind of can work into that mid-range, in that 15 to 20 meters. Because yeah, normally Hunter's Field, of course, you need to be within 15 meters for its buff. I'm just gonna kill this thing on the way out. It's gonna fall back because yeah, that place is gonna get overrun. Where's this heavy? As they've let a lot of stuff get past them. So I'll go help back here. I've never struggled on a... Well, I mean, I'm on a bad build as well, but... I've done this on purples and I've struggled less. Which is quite the indictment. I'll wait for them to catch up. Although, well, he already went past the trigger point? No. You want ammo? Yeah, that's it. There's a key chest in that elevator, and this place takes a while to spawn, so I will grab that. I think also that's really the reason why I went with Gunner, because I didn't really need this this vector to be used, or that crit damage mod. Going pretty aggressive again, but... But I have a hive, so I can, actually. My hive's back. Because yeah, here's the dangerous part, because I'm surrounded now.
Serious trauma detected.
But my hive has me. Shouldn't have pushed him that far. I should know better than that, but... It's getting late, and I'm getting frustrated with teammates, so... It becomes easy to make some mistakes. But yeah, I don't have a hive again, and I don't have teammates, so... I'm going to play it like that. Where I'm just gonna set up for this door, catch whatever comes out of here, and then go help my allies. Because the only thing that stayed alive is the wave that spawned on that door from that one, and they're over there.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Also considering for this boss fight, this is not the right build. It's all mid-range stuff, so. But I'll stick with it. I've ran it up to here. Let's just do an entire mission with this thing. And the one thing that is nice is that they're waiting for team members. They're not rushing in solo, so that's at least appreciated. Yeah, that's...
Exiting contaminated area.
I'm gonna sweep from this side, basically. I'll shoot that thing because I want to take cover up there in a second.
An agent needs assistance.
Alright, they had a shotgunner behind them. I hope they do push up, because yeah, they shouldn't be that far back. Oof, that's gonna end badly for them. Also, yeah, I don't have the range to deal with this guy, but apparently I have to. I'm gonna get out of the way of that grenadier. It's weird to see. It's been a while since I've had a fight here that got out of the spawns, because usually the thing to do here is to kill them all in their spawns. I don't have a hive, so I'm just gonna kill all the stragglers, basically. Just survive over everything else, which is really bad thing to play at. But I'll try to get him off the mortar, even though that was way outside my optimal range. I'll use some of my shock rounds that I picked up early in the mission. I'll use the MPX here because the MPX has a little bit better optimal range. I have my hive back, so I get to be a little bit more aggressive. I'm curious to see what the endpoint damage will be, but also this is a True Sons mission, and mission damage usually bugs out quite heavily with them. This is especially the heavies backpacks exploding and the LMG backpacks exploding and hitting other enemies. That seems to bug out the damage meter quite badly.
No more contacts. Great work.
Somebody got a chatterbox from the mission complete.
Chemical warfare efforts. Also, Kelso just
as we were just talking about one.
Castle settlement has safely reached the rooftop settlement. There's no one doing what happened to them, but at least you've made sure it won't happen.
I didn't even take kills, but I did take damage, but that's not consistent. But yeah, that's also competing with this guy. I'm surprised he even kept up. Yeah, that's also me not playing that well. Although this build is, yeah, it just lacks features. It's just a red build that doesn't have the range. As I leave my group that wasn't my group, as I had no teammates. But yeah, it is an interesting build. If nothing else, I mean, it's in the build collection for its name, which in the build collection is SMG CH Big D. So it's just to stack as much crit damage as possible. So the only thing that could go over this 229 is to also add in a rifle. Well, so first off, we could have 5 more from going firewall and that mod on a different weapon. We could have a crit damage third, which is also a bad choice, of course. And then also crit damage or going rifle on top of an SMG build, because yeah, you need those two Sokolov pieces to get there. So yeah, it's just a weirdish thing. Let's go keep going. I don't want to do the Headhunter builds because yeah, those are, everybody knows Headhunter builds. I'll do a Combat Medic, this glass one. I'll run with this one. And yeah, this one is one of those as well that I've set up quite cleverly, I find, at least I feel. So I've set it up that, as you can see, 3 of the pieces are shared with the high-end drone of this build. And this one is also with only some of the pieces having repair skill or skill damage, as it is in that one. So yeah, they share basically 3 pieces between them, and then just the chest, the backpack, and the glove, of course. Yeah, I'll run this combat medic. So you know what? Let's swap out our apparel as well, as I struggle to find where that button was, but I found it. As let's go to yeah, let's run that one for a little bit. And yeah, combat medic is very much build that. Yeah, if you like the playstyle, comes highly recommended. Like healing and shooting, especially yeah, this glass one kind of works, well. But yeah, it's always since Eclipse, it's very much like Eclipse can just prevent the damage.
Area entered.
I'm briefly gonna inspect because I got a feeling that we're going to Manning or something. As that first player actually had a decent build. Let's see where we're headed to. Oh, Wall Street. Oh, they are in a clan together, so that person disconnected. Okay. Yeah, that's... this might be a little bit much to carry on heroic. Is that this guy has decent enough-ish, except, well, that one. And this is one of those moments of right stats are more better than just high stats. Because, yeah, you likely have this, found this one and you just put this, but yeah, you're better off with a much for... the matchmaker stopped. I'm just gonna... Where are they going? Oh, guys, come on. There's a bunch of resources in that area, but like, don't do that in matchmaking. Do that after the mission if you need to.
You're coming up on Dragov's outer perimeter.
He restarted the mission as well.
You're only here for Dragov.
That was unneeded, but
find his supply depot.
Hopefully a decent player. One good player is
crucial support.
that's not great, but he might also not be running that well. If I have to, I'll swap to an Eclipse and help carry this. But yeah, this is very much a support build, and it needs good players to support. Oh, he's also put 4 directives on. With cool skills. I wish them the best. Neither of them have the build set up to deal with that. Like, I don't know why they would run 4 directives. Like, I expect from players, if they want to run 4 directives, then you have to show some way that you're going to deal with that. If you have that set up, oh, glad. Like, I expect the leader to, like, you know, expect of others what you would do yourself. You know, Lincoln, I'm not sure if I'm in combat.
You'll need to find a way to open that gate.
But even then, this gal doesn't. I'll just grab her. Try to go into red. I can't.
They maintain this outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
I won't be able to use my skills. I'll swap. I don't mind doing a few runs of 5 directives Lincoln, but this isn't the build for that. I'll do the healing thing. I'll do a supercharge afterwards, and Because yeah, cool skills really cuts into the effectiveness of this build. Same for the ammo directive, because yeah, it does eat ammo. I didn't see that. I thought those were the only two guys outside. Usually more than that pulls out.
Is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry.
As yeah, I likely have some armor breaks as well. Invisible ones though. Yeah. That's the downside of not having a quick swappable eclipse on the character. But yeah, I've gotten decently proficient at doing what I'm doing there, or swapping it to be an eclipse. As yeah, if we need to carry 5 directives, then yeah, carrying suddenly becomes an actual thing that needs to happen at that point. Although I kind of want to inspect them in a second, because I may be getting the feeling that they also... Oh. Because my shit was on cooldown, I don't have a fire cam, and I'm on a healing cam. I wish them the best. Let's go find the... Let's go reset our skills. But I also get the feeling from how that fight went that, yeah, no, they weren't set up to deal with 5 directives either. Let's go back to Combat Medic. I do want to give it a try. Let's see if we get one. Surprising that well, it's getting a bit later. Although not really late, so let's try that again. There we go.
Received an invite to another agent's group.
Roosevelt. Let's hope for not 17 directives. That's always a good full skills again.
The outcast stronghold and neutralizing their leader, Emmeline Shaw, will do serious damage to the faction. Also, Henry has intel that a mechanical engineer from the campus settlement was brought...
That's not a way to do a striker normally. That is also not really perfect striker, but yeah. Just checking if it was a tech. So actually, yeah, cool skills. How does that affect this build?
No indication they heard the shooting.
Because I can use my... Well, the second I pull out my hive to do it... Oh, also my hive is bugged. Emily
told us to.
My hive is a stinger hive. That's not going to work. The second I pull out my hive, I lose all my charges. So I'll be always down to 1 charge. And that's just... Yeah, that's not... Also, I'll fix up my hive. And that's surprising, actually. Usually, there's not this many people running 4 directives. Not in open matchmaking. Like, you usually don't do that. You put 3 directives at most. And leave the ammo and the cool skills out of it. Yeah, I could stick with one. The thing is, I want to run the combat medic. And, like... Especially swapping off of the combat medic to some... I should have just gone to a red build and just solved it that way. Yeah, sometimes it goes like that, especially on the weekends. Yeah, I really want to run the combat medic as one of the last builds of the evening, as I'll likely do 1 or 2 more missions. Let's see. Well, at least as a negotiator with a rifle, he's set up to at least deal with these directives. It is invaded. You know what? Okay. I'll go become a fire eclipse. I do see him running in on the background already. But also one of the things is, if This one is also a much missed chest. Is this one on the right at the start, and this one scales as well. It's one of the very few again of those pre-combat scaling chests.
Black Tusker going after the shade node.
As my ally has engaged already, but
Get in there and stop him.
and I am hoping for a full group that goes a little bit faster. Yeah. But at least in this case, this player is set up in a way to deal with the directives that he has chosen to put on the team. So that at least like makes me go, okay. But yeah, I won't stay combat medic. I will go Eclipse because that I can still make work with 5 directives. I just don't get to have a hive, which is very dangerous if I press that button. But just with fire alone, I can already make enough of a difference to a team. He went down to... Oh no, he pulsed. Okay. So he's not... dude, you're going... Don't go into the open. As yeah, from my tone, you may guess that. I'm getting a little bit more... With tiredness as well, a little bit more frustrated. Which is never a real good way to play. Full tilt is... I mean, I'm not full tilt, but... Yeah. The more you go towards being on tilt, the less well you'll play yourself as well. I don't have crossbow bolts yet. So I'll try to go for the shock on him, but I should have good damage, so... I'm curious to see what this player is. Oh, we got a good...
System curtailed.
And good striker setup, although not perfect because Fenris chest, but...
Warning. Unauthorized network access detected.
Damn.
But good enough.
The shade node. Get there.
And also this mission isn't that's annoying with the ammo directive. There's basically boxes intermixed and there's no really long boss fight or anything. So with the normal version you still have that long boss fight, so at least with that one it can be an issue with the boss. But here the boss fight is a lot shorter, so... Could have him to pulse, but if he was gonna go for pulsing, like, it's surprising actually, yeah, that like he has chosen the 5 directives, but he has a hive alongside of his alongside of his other skill. Curious to see what this other player is, as he... Why did he feel the need to rush up as far as he did? I'll go get him. Yeah, I'm too curious to not. Oh, it's just super low level. Again, never mind. That's the thing. Well, not super low level. Lower level. Because yeah, he ran past the mini tank to go set up, and I was like, okay, what are you gonna go set up that was that important? But turns out he just wanted to, you know, get his turret out. As I'm starting to run low on charges, it's going to be a little bit of a problem in the garage area. So in the boss room, yeah, it depends. If I can, I'll do it with a flame grenade to set stuff on fire. To have a few more charges in the garage. Yeah, not going to use that charge. Got myself before I did. That is a brave player up there. Just rushing in. Oh, I should check in a second what because AHQ is also one of my old clans. but depends if it's actually the agent's HQ. You shouldn't solo engage like that. Because also I'm on the other side, so it's gonna be a while till the CC reaches over this side. Because all he did was rush in, attack a bunch of enemies, get pinned down by a bunch of enemies, and then just sit there. So I'll try to catch the boss before he murders him. See how I am on keys. I'll get this one.
They were trying to access the Shade database. Let's hope you stopped them in time.
Hate to interrupt, but there's another helicopter inbound. Looks like Black Tusk reinforcements.
Actually, I think I've inspected everyone, right? Oh! That's okay, yeah, now I get it. I'm catching up on chat. There. Okay, yes. Yeah, you have a decent setup of strikers, so you're doing fine. As I miss several chem launcher shots, so I'm not doing fine.
Serious trauma.
And the dog traded.
System malfunctioning.
Yeah, there's
System reactivated.
well, that's quite the coincidence as well. Yeah, just but yeah, I think you're very much helping me on this being a decently doable mission. Because one of the things with other somewhat higher level player there is seems a little bit intent of being a little bit too aggressive, so that may be a little bit costly for him. So I try to catch up on chat real quick. So I try to catch this. Wow, the dog's dead already. No need. And here these shock rounds will come in handy if I can land it on something. At least the dog. Uh-oh. Someone tried to sneak up on me. My instinct the whole time is to throw out my hive, but I of course can't. But for a 5 directive run, this isn't going too bad. Because I'll go get this crate. Oh yeah, and to answer that one there, Espinongi, yeah, I'm on my way to maybe affiliate, but that may also still take a little bit. Yeah, here actually I'll show it for once because yeah, I tried to do it in other videos as well. So there's the position for getting that one. And then that one is actually even shootable with rifles in the back there. So that's an easy way of getting all of those down and not having to, you know, put any people into way too much danger. as that player is kind of trying to solo it out there. Although he's very much out of position and he'll be flanked in a second on the left side by the next wave. So I'm hoping for him he'll fall back. As the dog basically lands on his face. Trying to see where they're spawning. That side.
Agent down.
Yeah. As predicted, as Nosferatu said thousands of years ago, don't rush. I'll try to cover you guys, but also not really because I'm missing. Yeah, that's just, well, that's still an active chem mine, which I went and stood in. That guy's in a hurry to get this mission done. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. The double signups, trying to catch me on the signups. I should wonder if that kind of works in the vision, because yeah, of course it's a much lower pool of like queuing. So. But yeah, in this case, I'm not saddened by it. 'Cause yeah, that really helped carry this mission by having a good player alongside. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can allow it. I'll do the DM thing of allowing it. It actually pops up with the option if I want to or not. Which I didn't know before. Because yeah, the amount of profanity in this video game that comes up. A little bit of profanity in the chat is allowed. So trying to catch where the boss is landing as well. And the one time I wanted to bounce off the chopper, it didn't, of course. Surprised where my fire went on this side. Hello, Mr. Boss. Sniper rounds of shock rounds. Oh, did get him. And I got a headshot direct impact on the boss as he was running. Take that.
We'll have to check the logs to see if they accessed any sensitive data. But I think we're okay. Good work in there.
Yeah, actually, as to what Fluffy was running there. Yeah, good looking striker setup. Although, like, if I'm going to make a recommendation, I would say the chest could use some work. That headshot. But for the rest, I mean, like, I'm willing to bet that you or actually no. Well, you did join late, so the other guy took it. But also, yeah, he was also on the floor a lot. Playing way too aggressive for his own 5 directive setup. Let's see if I'm bugged. But yeah, thanks for that run, Fluffy. We'll drop the group, and it was fun running with you. So, well, maybe see if you can stream something again. I'll do likely one more mission.
Safe area detected.
Or maybe countdown to round it off. That has become tradition at this point. As I'll keep that. Actually, she might even need it. The 5 healing one. No, she already have one. Yeah, sure will. I'll take her into countdown with an. Oh, okay. That's I mean, for a 2-day-old build, that actually looked pretty good. So you're doing better than most, which is a good thing. But yeah, optimally a Seska chest with Obliterate with crit chance crit damage is like the optimal choice, but Grupo or Fenris as a secondary choices, like best run the best you have is usually the recommendation there. And in your case, that was pretty good. So actually, is Uzina on something? Okay, yeah, it is on Grand Washington, but that's not really a mission I want to run to farm. So yeah, I will actually grab her PFE. Because yeah, that's one we did use it against the rogues for a little bit, but I'll take this one out. And yeah, hers is very much set up as a Ridgeway with Wicked and then Sadist, and a little bit too much armor regen because this is a very old build. If I were to remake it now, I would do it differently, I feel.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Because all of these armor regens, I would likely even take weapon handling over them nowadays. Because the regen of the Ridgeway is already decently enough. And then basically trying to recoup a little bit of weapon damage from the Sadist. But yeah, especially SMGs providing their own crit damage is very strong. Although in this case, of course, its crit chance is 60, but its crit damage is actually pretty low. But everywhere where it could have crit damage on the gear, it has it. So yeah, that run did indeed get me a little bit off being on tilt. I mean, it's always also, so I'm okay leaving missions several in a row. If the group is too bad, I know it's going to be more frustrating for me to stay in it. Usually, it's the thinking there.
Communication relay offline.
Yeah, I always, so one of the things, I don't do that on stream, of course, really, but I do inspect teammates in groups. But what I also sometimes do is, I do it sometimes on stream. If I'm in a shared space in Haven or in New York or in Washington, at the White House, a shared space, I'll just inspect people, see what they're running, see what their builds look like. Sometimes it's interesting. Like sometimes you see some interesting stuff.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated.
What is his level? Okay. He was very much looking as if he didn't know which way to go.
Operational lockdown procedures.
As I very much like the last name in the group here. Piggy. That's actually a funny name, especially the way it's scrolling across the whole time, because of how the scrolling thing works in game. Although it's just with one Y, with one G, so it's misspelled. It's Pigai. Well, yeah, the thing is also at 5k is when you know enough of the build or enough about gear to get yourself into trouble. But you don't know enough to like make, well, it depends of course on the play, but a lot of 5k players are like, they know enough of gear of what it does, but not enough to like actually make a cohesive build, which even was true in my case with 5k. Like back then I didn't have the same understanding I do now. But that's not to say, of course, that also back then there were less good sources available for quick growth. Like when I needed to find out how a lot of the talents and stuff worked, that was just, oh, we have close range buff, nice. I just followed this guy. I hope we're just going somewhere. Okay, decent. Okay, yeah. Not following him directly into VIP as my brain is starting to melt away after also doing all that build collection stuff earlier as well, of course. And yeah, for moments like this build kind of works because when this much stuff is bleeding around me, I can literally just be shot by all of them and not die. Because of the regen from
high value target detected.
Ridgeway. And hello to you, Anon user number 7. The other 6 accounts got banned, I guess then.
Neutralized.
So yeah, what I like to run for countdown is it depends. So what I like to run is either a good damage dealer, so in striker or red, as we get lag spikes there.
Area secure.
Or what I run as I am now, PFE, protection from elite builds in several ways. Because you can do them with gear sets, you can do them with high end, and then high end you can do them several ways as well. But yeah, PFE I feel really is pretty strong for let's see what the team's going. Cooling looks like. For in countdown. It's basically for countdown and rogues kind of works. And but also I quite often run also support builds. So wait, where are they going? We could have gone the back route. That would be much faster than this route. We'll get there. So the Red Patriot, Red Future Initiative, or Red Ongoing Directive. Ongoing Directive is the only one of the 3 that actually comes with red to begin with. But those are very strong support builds. And most of them have, well, 2 of them have build showcases already on my channel. So if you're interested in them. Trying to think what else do I run in cat. Well, I mean, and from time to time, just whatevers. Just whatever I feel like running. I really still want to make a hazard protected Eclipse as well for
Rogue incinerator turret detected.
For countdown, mostly just to have it in that folder with eclipses. Because yeah, that's actually the one eclipse I forgot. Thinking about it now. I'll go in here and help clear out all this stuff over here.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Yes.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
What's over here?
All lockdown safety protocols.
I always forget you can't cross over here. This feels very much like a place that you should be able to like cross over.
Hostile striker drone detected. High risk target detected.
But yeah, we got those SHD caches both good. But yeah, very much my play style thing is to go for variety.
You can access the waste
Basically.
area. Do me a favor and take
From time, if I'm like just heads down grinding or something, I might run a build over and over again just because the goal is to grind for gear or for something, for levels. But if I'm just playing as I am now with not a fixed goal in mind, then I basically every run I just swap, do something else. And congrats there, Snakes, as well on the 1K. That's I remember you talking about it being your goal and working towards it hard. Actually, because yeah, I think it was some days ago that you were still quite a little bit away of it, right? So well done on that. And yeah, that first 1000 is the hardest one. So and enjoy that you have a full watch now. You don't have to.
Agent,
That you don't have to miss any stats
to secure the radioactive
when you're making
material
builds.
to override the lockdown protocols.
And thank you there, Sander, for the compliment. Well, I mean, a lot of people do enjoy.
We need to secure that tank. And
They
get
want to figure it out on their own, which, well, can be a good part of gaming.
that should be the source of the leak. Now we just need to seal those.
And that's valid as well. But yeah, when you're in a group, you're making basically a social contract of like, I'll try to be competent enough, and let's play together that way. Which yeah, not everybody is meeting the standard of that social contract. As those two chests are open, so the loot is over there as they open it as well. Oh, we're at the main already. Okay, yeah, we did 2 already. As I'm talking and not paying attention to what I'm doing. Yeah, even yeah, full healer FI, as you say there, works well as well. So here, for instance, one of the things is I can't make this thing bleed, so I'm dealing a lot less damage to it. So also I'm going to give up on dealing with that thing. I'll just go deal with things that do bleed, because I do deal damage to them. Well.
Radiation detected at acceptable level.
But especially PFE at the start, at the end fights, it can make it a lot more consistent. If there's a going to keep that Caesar's guard because I want to have its picture. So I'm trying to catch up on chat there as well. As the extraction is pretty close, as they're already in combat. One thing I'm hoping is that no one just piecemeal goes out there and feeds themselves for free. And thank you as well there, Anon, for the compliment. So yeah, I very much enjoy. Like, the thing is, I myself don't watch much Division content, and for a long time I thought it was just like there's just like here I want to push out, but I don't want to push out into everyone, so I'm trying to find where everything is. The first thing I'll go do is go kill this box, so not everything is overhealed for always, if I find it. But yeah, this is the things that PFE can do. Is it can push out, can deal with high danger targets a little bit like that. Help with the Okay, here as well we have the short range buff. I forgot about that. That's making stuff a lot easier as well, because yeah, the short range buff is amping my damage by quite a lot. This build does not hit for like the 790k that it's hitting for there. It's hitting for like 400k ish or something. Normally. Yeah, as I was on a sentence that I forget. Oh yeah, so yeah, on watching other people's content, and actually it's mostly having Dodd, Hutchler, a few others, knowledgeable people make some videos and them getting good responses. Made me go, okay, there is maybe some people that do enjoy like the numbers and the stats stuff. But then just to also, not just to also be a niche, but it's also a niche that I myself enjoy is long form videos. Like I will I will watch a several hour video on a subject if it's interesting. If it's well made and interesting. So I thought, okay, I'll do that. I'll just make long form content. And I can talk for quite a bit about some builds and stuff. That I've done that plenty enough. Just usually just with, you know, one other person or two other people or something, just in Discord. But then I'll just record it. Because one of the things I've found that surprises people the most is that when I do this build showcase and stuff, is that it's not like I have notes, but it's not scripted, but it's also like in mostly one take. Like the layout section is just one long take. Just basically every segment where I go like, let's now go on to this thing, or let's now go to gameplay, let's go to calculation. That's basically me saying that it's a different segment. Just in case, okay. Started moving towards there. Basically, I was surprised myself as well. That was like just going through an entire loadout with just a few notes of like, this is one. And mostly the notes are more the things that aren't on the build, just so I don't forget them. Even though I forgot Sledgehammer as well again. With the Eclipse Protocol showcase.
Let's get you home, Agent.
Let's see. We should be able to get one more chopper, if not everybody leaves. Because yeah, we have the close range buff as well, so. Although this one's on the edge, maybe. Yeah, no, that's yeah. Everybody left as well, so. I'll leave with them.
I'm impressed. I was pretty sure we're gonna lose the power plant.
Yeah, you have your agent is now a fully tenured agent. He gets to just live out his life till pension. Was that to me running that how I would get melted to going after that healing box likely? Because yeah, most builds I would get melted as well on a red build. I wouldn't do that on a red build. But that's the role that PFE can play, which yeah, I feel is a strong role sometimes. But yeah, the rest of the fights, it's a little less useful because we just melt everything. I'm gonna keep that C. Oh, we did get one setup, which isn't the right one. I likely do have a profit, because yeah, that's just for the named item visual thingy later on. Saves me one more, because yeah, I don't use a Caesar's Guard in anything. Although it can be useful, I have run it in explosive builds, but giving up glass for it is that's a shotgun. So one of the things is with especially, oh, it's also it is the perfect shotgun for, okay. The game's giving me a sign that I should remake the Hunter's Fury Headhunter build. Because this is basically one of the shotguns in its perfect setup as you would want it. So you want pommel for it because, yeah, you'll be getting consecutive kills with it anyway. And you want to have one with health damage and one with damage to targets out of cover because you can use each differently. So yeah, a perfect shotgun like that one, I'll hang on to, and that actually will get used. And there is also one oddity with specifically this shotgun. Actually, is it the military one? Yeah, right? It's the short one, right? Yeah. So so this has two other variants, the custom and just M870, I think. But the military, the other two are craftable. So the other two are craftable, but both of them have a long optics rail. And usually having long on something is only better. Like it's always only better. But actually, if I can craft one, or I can grab one. Just to show this off, because it is also one of those like lesser known things, but also it only really affects like the top level speedrunners or something. So that's also actually likely all 870s that I own are on characters, because I do use them for some shotgun builds. So I'll just craft one here just to have that mod in there. 870. So this one on its long optic rail, where normally on a long optic rail you can add in all of the different ones. The only headshot one this one has is this. You have the scopes ones, of course, as well, but you don't want to scope in, of course. And then the only headshot one that is on this one is this 3% one. So that doesn't scope you in. But on this other one that has a short rail, this one, here you have this one with 5 headshot damage. And just 2 headshot damage more can be the difference with getting that 150 headshot for triggering Headhunter's higher cap, basically. It's just one of those oddities. It's one of the very few places where a long rail is worse than a short rail for some reason. Yeah, and that. So yeah, those kind of pieces sometimes come up, and I'll hang on to them because yeah, that's basically a perfect roll already. Doesn't even need optimization, doesn't need recalibration. It just goes. Seeing as I had some fun there, I do want to do one more countdown. Have a few more chances at closers. Although I didn't even check. Did I set my target at 2 Usina? It was set to backpacks? What? It's not set to anything. Did they do something weird with targeted that reset? That's weird. And then for that one, I will take Redify. But that means I'm going to park this character because I'm going to swap characters. I'll also put her in her normal outfit because otherwise I'll be weirded out by it. And then just load that one. Just back to normal. Everything's back to normal. I mean, some people do use it just to amp up their damage, or have tried to use it. But it's so annoying trying to get the headshots on targets. It's more because, yeah, it's also just at that point, the Headhunter already does most of the work.
Entering safe area.
So with this one, I'm going to run Redify, and I'm going to do it as with Vigilance, and actually no, I'll leave the BTSU out of it. I will grab a FAMAS just to increase my damage a little bit more. But then this one is without the Coyote and without the St. Elmo, which can really make a Redify really sting. But that's fine enough. Just getting a taste of this thing, you know?
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
But for this, I will actually
You are now in a group.
inspect others, because yeah, if there's another FI in the team, then 2 FIs don't, the buff doesn't stack twice. I likely won't be able to see everybody because it also takes sometimes forever to load. That's already, I see 3 good red builds. I can support those. Oh yeah. I mean, that people were running it on rifles in season 1, right? Because you could usually use a shield to not have it. But it is a good change that they've made, actually. So everything over 8 times scopes automatically scopes in. Because I also kind of never used the scopes in Div 1 and also in Div 2, because having that second button press, just having to do that every time is, yeah, not my thing. Yeah, the loot in Heroic is a little bit better. The drops, just the minimum stat is higher. So overall, you get better loot. But you get less of it, basically. Because a challenging one is a lot faster. It gets... You get basically the same amount of drops per run, but the run is short. So you can get more loot per hour out of it. And that's what usually for gear farming we recommend going countdown on challenging, because you just get more loot. You usually just want to get good stuff. And also Heroic is actually a little bit hard. It does need a decent team to get it done. And in the past, it used to be that Heroic gave a lot more coins than challenging, but they balanced that out to be a little bit less so. So that's also no longer really a reason to run Heroic. The thing to run Heroic for, if you have a good team already, or you have like a 4-man team, so that you guys already are together, or you are running it with clan and you're running it 8-man like pre-made, then you can go into Heroic and just it's not substantially harder, and then just you get a little bit more better loot out of it. You get a little bit more coins per run. The requisitions that you spend for exotic caches. Seeing if somebody else goes. Yeah. I think cooling tower admin is the way to go. Or lab, or whatever it was. Lab. Yeah.
The target should be nearby.
Trying to catch up to where I was. Lost my spot. No, Xander, I would say Heroic is a lot. Like, with Heroic, usually we get, like, even with good teams, it's like 3 minutes left when you reach, like, the extraction. So you're basically then have used 12 minutes of it. Whereas with her challenging, quite often you have 6 minutes left of it. So it's not that much faster, but it is faster. But yeah, if you can do, if like each run is 2 minutes less, then you can do basically every 8 runs you have 1 run extra, basically. Which isn't, you know, like double speed, but It does add up over time. Also, yeah, challenging is just easier. Like I do not expect to struggle on challenging, even though sometimes we, of course, still do. As I should actually heal myself up as I'm talking and not paying attention. And yeah, this version, especially with actually what I should do, so healed him and then that heals me. As I see them standing on the chest and don't register that. Yeah, that's it. And that's just the mechanic from Future Initiative, where your healing is shared towards yourself as well.
Rogue bombardier drone detected. Hostile bombardier drone detected.
Game, really trying to just look at the loot pile. Just the loot. I give up. Deconstruct. Yeah, there with the tap heal, I got that guy all the way up. But he was also not that damaged. I have a Scorpio. I can go kill this guy. Because yeah, the boss is over here. But no one else is with me. Just wait for a second till Scorpio, the last Scorpio debuff wears off and do it again.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility. Area secure.
Redirect excessive power to stabilize power distribution.
And then yeah, they're the greatest healer in the world. Did its job, which is out of combat. And that heals up everybody to full. One of these days. That's still not the spotter that I'm after. Is there a loot back here? Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so that's the requisition coin. So the things that you, they're not even called coins. We just call them that because of the image is a coin. But yeah, the countdown requisition. So for challenging, you get 158 if you get all the hunters, and 140 if you only get 7, which is more common that you only get 7. And then at heroic, it's 208 with 7. I don't remember what it is with 8. Or it was 8 is 208. But yeah, they're not substantially different of each other. They used to be almost double. So it used to be that you got like 89, I think, for challenging her countdown. And then you got 200 something for a heroic one. So back then it was really worth it to... If you could do heroics just for the exotic caches, you could go do that. Nice of him to just stand there and let me shoot him.
High risk target detected.
As I'm jammed.
System restored. Area secure.
Agent, you should be able to access the turbine now.
Didn't catch the chest yet, which I really do want, of course. As I did waste a ton of SHT calibrations and build recons on... well, I didn't waste them, but I did use a lot of them on today's red EP that got added to the build collection. But I was also willing to do that. I have some watch points left, so might as well use those. As yeah, likely that will be the last new build going in before next season, unless I find something interesting. But I'm gonna be giving some reworks to some builds. Some builds are very much worth or due a rework. So just minor upgrades, minor changes. Basically, all of the all of the support builds are going to get Elmos in them because it just makes too much sense to have Elmos in them. The Red Patriot, the Red FI. Actually, the Red FI already has. Actually, no, its build picture hasn't been changed yet. And the ongoing directive as well. As that guy ran in solo and found out that he was not the chosen one.
Fault detected with transformers. Safety protocols activated.
You're gonna need to explain the transformers and remove any busted.
I wonder what his OnlyFans is. As he got up to there.
Emergency procedures to protect against accidental electrocution.
What the hell was that? I think the floor is electrified. Watch your step, Agent.
Redirect excessive power to distribution.
He looks like he's going for the button and then... Oh, it's that one.
High-risk target approaching.
I was standing in front of the wrong one. He's a big dum-dum. I'll hit this guy because he's about to get boinked as well. Oh, really? I felt I waited long enough, gang. I'll put my hive underneath me.
Incoming. High-risk hostile.
But yeah, the healing on this build isn't that great to itself or others, but just that group buff is very strong. Although, mostly as long as people are at full armor, which basically at this point there's only 3 people on the team.
You're good to go.
Not even?
Need to
Oh yeah,
switch
not
to the
3.
new grid. This may take a while.
But I'll go over here and I'll see about tap healing that guy. But yeah, even there, it like, isn't healing that much. But yeah, there's a safeguard variant of this one, which was part of the showcase, of course. That one does a little bit better. But yeah, like I can heal up someone like that. It's halfway.
Power grid stable.
I got a bit of a lag spike as I feel as if I'm running up against invisible walls.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point.
Thought I had some damage.
Come home, shoot off a flare.
Yeah, this team had decent damage because everything went pretty smooth. And that's usually the biggest giveaway. When it goes smooth, people have decent damage. And a group of like the Red FI can, you know, really help there as well. I already had a forge, I think. Yeah. Let's see, let's catch back up.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they want to entice you to go to do more countdowns, of course. So it's just the currency mismatch of microtransactions. That hunter melted. That's good to see. 2 others over there, but those 2 got to fall back.
System malfunctioning.
Because yeah, for instance, here, if one of those boxes goes down, I'm not rushing in to go get it. That's somebody else's problem. But what I will do is put myself close by, help with killing, try to not take as much chip damage as I can. Just help heal. Oh, trying to do that, but the game disagreed with me. So when I see people like med packing themselves, then it's fine. I'm gonna heal, put him, or he went out of that cover, but
Hostile phaser drone detected.
I want to keep as many people as I can topped off.
Rogue hive detected.
Somebody else is here. Oh, that's just a rolly.
Detected.
I'll start working on these guys. I'll see about... Oh, I'm jammed. Yeah, that's... Well, sir, please. Sir, please, I'm trying to shoot over there. Please don't stand in front of my weapon. Please keep the barrel of my weapon free.
Off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
I still have a hunter up. Yeah, it's enough of the team over there to catch those people. And yeah, with the hunters gone here, I can add in my hive here. But also in a second, we'll go out of combat. Heal everybody back to full. On Redify, I wouldn't think that the ninja backpack would make sense. Mostly because it's made for damage. So the thing with where it works in a yellow FI, where it can work. Like if it's the one place where like if you're going to find one use for the ninja bike on a FI build, you kind of can do it. But even there, you're giving up the perfect opportunistic you could have there. But on a Redify, where it's basically any build that is more geared towards damage, the ninja bike just quickly loses usability. It's very much not that good towards that. Because I'd much rather have a memento, basically, if I were to go for a different backpack. Because that one would give skill efficiency, which is, in this case, would give repair skill, skill haste, would give a skill tier with a skill tier. Where the ninja is only giving the skill tier, basically. Could have enough. Yeah, we definitely get Momo Chop. Yeah, actually, yeah. So
Let's get you home.
Looking at the next the line there, yeah, you got the same. You got your own question answered. I'm happy somebody else shot that guy because yeah, I literally just let him walk past me and nothing.
Immediate medical assistance.
Trying to not go down. Yeah. So well, I was out of combat. But yeah, that self-healing mechanic of FI for Redify is actually kind of useful. And something that I should have put in the build showcase. Oh, Jesus. As I'm just thinking about that kind of stuff and almost missed my extraction, which I have done. I have missed the extraction at some point. I remember it vividly.
Nice work. You stabilized the power grid in this region.
Well,
Area detected.
the thing is, with Future Initiative Healer, I would say it is actually important, the backpack. Because, yeah, you can have the perfect opportunistic there, which is what the raid healers are set up as. It's more that if you try to think of it of where would the ninja bike be its best, it is that build. But it's still not the best version of that build. is the annoying thing. Because, yeah, I don't have any... like the giveaway should be as well that there are no ninja bike there's no ninja bike knees or backpacks on my build collection, and I kind of went out of my way to try some, but yeah, you can make some builds work, but in almost all cases it's just a worse version of I'll keep that scalpel just for this build picture or for that picture of it. There's always going to be basically a better version. It just gives up too much stats quite often. It needed to be, for it to be viable, it needed to be maybe with 3 mod slots like that. That would bring it on par, or make it usable. Not even bring it on par. Like one place that I used it a little bit, but that was for convoying, but that went away, is you have the Hunter's Fury with Memento, Headhunter, and then Memento. And instead of the Memento using Ninja Bike, I used that for a little bit and then gaining letting you swap one of the hunter pieces as well to something more useful. Like I think I had Douglas, right? The Punchlung. And the only reason that that kind of worked is that you could fast travel to safe houses as well and not lose your stacks. But yeah, that is like trying to find a use for it, basically. Also, she has... Interesting. The Prophet, so the Prophet is actually not in the game system as a named item. Or have I... No. So she has... Normally, the vendors have one named item at the top, and then they have their inventory. But this week, we have Mechanical Animal as that named item, and then normally this vendor, the White House vendor, has an SMG, an AR, and then a pistol. But then in this pistol slot is a Prophet, which is a second named. I don't think I've ever seen that before, that it's two names on one vendor.
I appreciate the trade.
Feel I would have remembered that. As yeah, and you know what, just to round it out, even though I said with the previous one that it was going to be the last, and with the one we just did that it was going to be the last. I'm quite often a liar as when to when the stream ends, as I'm going to do one more as I feel like it. And for that, I think I'm going to go ongoing directive, but I'm looking at what else this lady has. Yeah, I'll go ongoing directive. I'll try to spread the bleed around.
Hello there.
And yeah, this one's very much set up to be high damage, high self-damage to help offset the loss that a build would have when it's supporting others. And ongoing can do that very well. And seeing as... oh yeah, it is the next showcase actually, so... Although there's one video in between it, so... not mission, countdown.
Please approach the safe area using one of the designated checkpoints.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Yeah, even in sniper builds, so it can fit in some... The thing is, sometimes if you can use it for its skill tier and its armor, it can be a decent thing. And so in some sniper setups, it gets used. But that's mostly as well just to get an extra skill tier onto the Achilles pulse, the sniper pulse. Because yeah, they'll use that to increase their damage by a lot. So you can kind of do that kind of stuff with it. But in general, it's basically it. You can use it in a lot of stuff. It just almost never makes sense if you really run the numbers on it. Because also it competes with a memento, which basically all of the builds that could use that blue and a yellow, for instance, especially if they're, you know, more set up for solo or something. For all of those, a memento just does it so much better. There we have a ninja. So actually funny, all like shorter names and then a really long one. And he gets us going. For instance, here with the hunter, with the like this same build, and then just with one more piece instead of that Picaros with the Heartbreaker, and then a memento is just going to be a, well, not so much for maybe countdown, but in most settings is gonna just be a better build, basically.
Communication relay offline.
Yeah, exactly. It's just when you actually try to put it into stuff, it just becomes okay. If you then really like try to look at it from the
power plant. Looks like they've
we have
protocols while they were charging their warhounds.
We have this again. But this is actually in our favor, kind of.
We need to find a way to relieve the pressure and fix the reactor's cooling system.
Because it bunches both, it puts both teams together here. And then yeah, usually it fixes itself around now.
System disrupted. Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15
The
minutes.
downside of ongoing is it needs to get going. Because it's ongoing directive, but it needs to start somewhere. And that's usually a need to get a status effect kill, basically, or something to die while status affected. And that means that this first hunter, of course, needs to first die before I get my special ammo. And then from there on, it becomes powerful. But I'm at least happy that I did get special ammo on that first hunter, because that's also not a given. Sometimes the status effect directive is still up, and then you can't. So in this one, I'm going to put some bleed rounds on this hunter, and I'm going to try to kill him with my secondary weapon to get some special ammo on that one as well. The Banshee. Yeah, we have some rounds in there now. As I think I'm getting disconnected from the game. Oh no. I was aiming and pressing the fire button, but nothing was firing. Which, seeing as weapon malfunctions aren't in the game, was a little bit weird. And yeah, there we have the classic, the player style of blocker, which, yeah, okay. So, turbine reactor. Of standing in front of the hunter with your shield out, blocking all of your allies behind you, which does not come highly recommended. It's actually recommended to not do that. But yeah, it's usually, they don't know better. It's usually a good thing. Oh wait, this isn't Warhounds. I can just kill this thing. I am having some lag because like my character is moving like just on their own at some points. I should check. Okay, it is US East. That kind of explains a few things. Although not everything. And they're upstairs.
Critical systems exposed.
But I'll actually go... Because they're also the stopping ones. Not me. Okay, the chest is on the balcony. Or I've already grabbed it. One of the two.
Data transfer halted.
As I'm running around like a headless chicken, I'll help on the boss here. Or attempt to. Yeah, mechanically, basically, every time a target that I've status affected, they get those marked. Or, yeah, from any source status affecting them. From me. They'll get that mark. If they get killed while the mark is active on them, everybody gets special ammo. And I get a full mag. All my allies get half a mag. And the special ammo both gives amplified damage and makes them bleed as well. So it is pretty strong as I grab my last loot here. So we're going to reactor. Yeah, even though the last two are very much lies, this one will be my last one because yeah, I am starting to feel the drowsiness come on me. And then Tomorrow I'll do some... Oh, this one is Warhounds. It's funny that those servers do bleed. Dogs don't, of course, so... But at least in this one... Oh, well, actually, the status on the weapon. Yeah, when I don't have bleed on stuff, it does actually, yeah, hurt it quite a bit.
System reactivated. High risk approaching.
Let's try to hold the neon. I think there's another ongoing directive because I see a mark and I don't believe I shot that guy.
Area secure.
You can head over to the cooling tower.
Which at least, so we're two, don't think we got the chest yet, right? No. Good thing I remembered. Where, yeah, it's multiple FIs, multiple red FIs, or FI and a normal FI. Red FI and a normal FI. Don't give double boost, at least with ongoing. Somewhat as well with True Patriots, Red Patriots at least. Multiples can still kind of, like, you lose efficiency with it a little bit, because yeah, they could just be another red build as well. If you're like thinking of it in trying to max out group damage. But at least then there is some basically spread of it going out. More so than if there was just one ongoing.
Agent,
you're more likely to have more uptime on
cooling
it.
tower.
Yes, on this one I use Carnage, because yeah, Carnage in the same way that Kingbreaker is so much better than most other
So, the system is overheating and steam is building up.
flatline weapons. That same 5% is also here on the Carnage.
You've stabilized the pressure. Now we just need to cut off that steam.
And seeing as these things don't bleed, that's why I'm struggling with killing them. Because yeah, whatever bleeds, it goes a lot better.
Great. Now that's under control. You just need to vent the remaining steam, and you should be good.
Although what I should be doing is also as well just marking as much stuff as I can. So when there's a wave, just blind fire into it, basically. But yeah, the more things I mark, the more special ammo my allies also will have. I'll go help with that. Wait, there's still one up? Yeah.
Great. Now that's under control. You just need to vent the remaining steam.
Yeah, the only downside is that I'm using an LMG without fast hands, without steady-handed, so I do have to take that full reload. There's just no way around it, basically. I'm hoping that player is already going for... Actually, I'll use my FAMAs here, because Carnage isn't helping anyway. Oh, we're already in the third one, okay.
Pressure stabilized.
And yeah, that's just getting later and later, and I'm no longer as focused. I'll also go check.
You need to vent the remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
I'm not sure if we got the chest already in this area. I think I did already. And yeah, I pair it with a vindictive AR.
Cooling system stabilized.
So when this guy dies, if I can get the kill shot as well. No. But yeah, so this build can kill. So for instance, there I did get vigilance up, or
Now let's get you
vindictive up.
Move to the extraction point.
And yeah, that can be a decent,
Ready for Torres to bring you home.
decent extra output.
System restored.
Yeah, well, one named item there, so definitely I'm gonna go loot that one. but it wasn't from targeted, so it wasn't an item I'm interested in. So, quickly check that and then run away.
System curtailed. Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Yeah, this doorway is always very dangerous because it's hard to get out of, and if one of those guys in the back is a sniper, it can go real bad. But yeah, once we push out, it's not too bad.
System malfunctioning.
Okay, yeah, there's definitely another ongoing with us because I'm gonna. Nah, I'm not gonna take the. I was gonna say I'm gonna take the long way around, but nah, that's not. Yeah, that's.
System back online.
Those bushes are bulletproof. Yeah, the medic needed to go, so. But yeah, we basically have a firing line going, so. Just have to watch out because this chopper is setting down as well, but those hunters should be dead in a second, and then my team will come and join me on these.
Got one right over there.
That reload is always very feels even longer than it actually is.
System reactivated.
But still, okay. No, that was a decent clear. No, one more test one more the setup and one more one more disappointment. Yeah, and yeah, this is very much the worst extraction one because so luckily nobody pushed out way too hard. Because yeah, what usually happens is people start pushing out and there's that long sight line where, yeah, those guys were on the sniper perches basically up there. What happened is when we started pushing out, they just jumped down from there. So that made it a lot more viable thing to do.
Hold tight. Helo
Oh,
inbound.
we had a minute left. But yeah, with a lot of low-level players, they don't know better. But yeah, also nobody's here to like kill these guys with me. I will tell them because we have
Ready for extraction.
just tell them that next time they should wait till the last 5 seconds so they can farm these choppers. Because yeah, it's one of those things, you don't know till you know. And only one player needs to call them in too. And yeah, we're not gonna get oh, shit. I thought that was... I think I was too late. I thought that was the it's coming in timer just because
we would have lost the power plant.
Okay, what I did extract somebody else was not so lucky. It's surprising that I did get it, but usually in the past quite often if you even got it with 3 seconds left, you would sometimes not get it.
Entering safe area.
There I was past 0 seconds and I still got it, so I'll take it. I won't question it. As yeah, I was just talking and not paying attention to it. And so yeah, pop this cache. I'll grab
check something out.
as many exotic caches as I can, which is likely to. As we'll see if I get a St. Elmo, that I'm still after, very much so. But even if we don't, at least... I'll even get 3, as I had likely a little bit saved up from a previous one. That's a cap, that's a busy, and that's a diamondback. That's I'll just wait till they're in the loot pool and I can go loot them. Because yeah, the game just doesn't want to give it to me. The bastard. And yeah, that's going to be very much it for me. I'll be on as well tomorrow, of course, as at around the same time, the scheduled time, as is scheduled on the schedule as well, as I scheduled it in myself as the scheduler. And yeah, likely, depending on if I get tomorrow's video done, likely Sunday I'll do the build showcase of Ongoing Directive live again. I quite enjoy doing them live because I'm going to go do gameplay segments anyway, and I might as well, you know, do those live and have it be like that. I quite, yeah, those quite work out well. I feel. I hope. I hope people watching as well agree with that. So. And so yeah, likely Sunday that, and then yeah, tomorrow likely just running around farming a little bit, maybe doing the last parts of that video, of the named item video. So yeah, this monster is gonna be completely filled in with all of the other weapon types as well, and yeah, likely will be split up into 2 videos, one with only weapons, one with only gear, just because. Turns out that this is a lot of work, a lot more than I expected. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it, and hope to see you guys again. And indeed, have a good night.